snack in there. $16, $27, $4.47 Eastern time. Eastern time. I said that, and then that made me think of West End Girls by the Pet Shop Boys. West End Girls by the Pet Shop Boys. I swear. Can't make that shit up. I'm trying to find a song. Put my cards away from the last stream. Find my glasses. I'm coming. I gotta sit up. I'm still sitting up. Roar. Let's do a little bit of Sasquatch. Sasquatch. Y'all ready for this? Okay, this is an ad for Shazam. I think that's a movie. I don't know. Dance monkeys. Ooh, the cards match my shirt. Find a lighter. You like my nails? They're not even, but okay. That's enough. Serious. That's enough out of you. Dance monkeys. I'm gonna share that channel out. He hasn't really been putting up content lately that I've noticed anyway. But hey, he loves that channel. That channel, I would say, was Sasquatch. It's hard to say, but he helped me through 2020. I swear. If I hadn't had his live streams sometimes or his videos just pop up randomly, oh my gosh. Anyways, first card up, number 23, 2 and 3 is 5. Reality. Hey, Sweet Peace Québec, comment ça va? La première carte en français. From a French one. Whoop, whoop. Ah, reality. What's y'all's reality like today? Happy Wednesday. Hey, Annie D, thanks for coming in, sweetie. Sweet Peace Québec, bonjour Geneviève, ça va bien? Oui, ça va super bien. Il fait beau dehors, il fait beau en dedans. Whoop whoop, life is good. Quelle superbe journée qu'on a aujourd'hui, ça fait du bien. Ici aussi, ouais. The sky is so blue that earlier a crow flew over and it was just like, wow, that's the blackest crow I ever saw. Because the sky's so blue and so the black was just like roar standing out. It's a beautiful day. Hey, Mr. Hugh, how you doing? What's Ireland energy like today? Roar. Are y'all like ready for like St. Patrick's Day? Do you do stuff for St. Patrick's Day? I don't assume, but I do, right? Because you're in Ireland. Monkey, Sasquatch. Oh, my monkey sinks these days. I'm loving them. Hey, on the plant. How you doing? How's it going for you? I'm assuming that all that snow is gone. And from Annie's Arizona perspective, which is, I don't know, 2 to 6 hours away from you, I'm not aware. Everything's blooming for her. It's beautiful. It's raining now? Of course. Yeah, it's raining. That's okay. You need the rain. Um, Annie was saying to me yesterday how just it's record rainfall that they had where she is. And it's like, yeah, no kidding. Last winter and, early spring, because although it's not official, we are there, she hadn't had that much. Yo, whoa, right on, Mr. Hugh. The purging is real. I have the flu right now. Party sneezes. Ooh, so you might not be partaking in the next couple days. Okay, yeah. Hey, Wolf Dude 1. Hey, Mama Bear. How's it going, dude? Did you have food today or are you still hunger striking? How did that go? Did you have food at your friend's? Just wondering. Roar. I ain't never seen a Joshua tree in real life. Someday. I'm a little higher elevation, but yes, the Joshua trees are starting to bloom on my spot. Wow, that's awesome. Ain't nothing blooming here. It's way too cold still, but we've had mildness and I can see the buds on my trees. So the buds are there, but they won't bloom for another month or two, depending on, you know, the weather ecosystem around here. And but I got a patch of grass. I shared it earlier in a video. It's my first patch of grass. I'm really kind of excited. Every time I go out, I'm just kind of squatting down and looking looking at the little rocks and stuff, right? For us, it's been like a white winter. So the joy of being able to see rocks and sand in the driveway and stuff is like, wee! Baby steps to spring for us here in Northeast Ontario. Baby steps, right? It does not come like as fast. This being said, we had a very late winter and a late freeze. So Lake Nipissing, I did updates or shared stuff in January. It didn't actually freeze and was solid and safe until January and then mid-January to be really safe. This being said, I did have a few knowings of people going through the ice in various places because of the way that it froze, but then didn't freeze. There was big gaps, so people went through. As far as I know, no fatalities or anything, but still, it's just like, woof, get her done and let's get out of this cold water, right? Yeah. So we had a late freeze of the lake, so I am wondering to what point that we might have ice till May. We'll see. It is possible. I think 2017 was the last year that, before May 2-4 weekend, which is the third weekend of May. We call it May 2-4 around here in Canada. I forget what the actual event of it is. It's something. But it's just known as May 2 for, even if it's not on the 24th. And in 2017, because that's opening day fishing as well for our area. And so, like, the ice chips and chunks were only gone just right before the weekend of that year, right? Because when the ice melts, especially Lake Nipissing is a very vast, big body of water, and so what comes in to shore can take a long time to melt, right? Anyways, I'm not sure why I'm rambling about all that, but hey, welcome in. Me not feeling giggly. You are. Anybody else feeling giggly and happy today? I love poppies. I swear, poppies are like not my favorite because, daisies are. But poppies are a close runner up. Heard the poppies are popping over near Oatman in a day or so. I'm going to go for a look. You can't hardly wait. I'm so excited. I'm almost as excited as if I was with you because I'm with you even if I'm not. But go imprint that land for us, Annie. Roar. Ooh. Water's above. I'm home alone. Home alone. Home alone. Um, for the next 2 nights, my husband and son are camping with friends at the beach campground. Oh, right on. Are you gonna do yourself another little camp out? I seem to recall that last year at one point, wasn't it you, sweetie, that made a fort and chose to live in your fort for a while? Or am I mixing people up? Um, right on. Do silly stuff while you're alone. Don't cook bacon naked though. That hurts. Yeah, home alone. Don't cook bacon naked while you're alone. It's dangerous. It hurts. It's not romantic. That's just a life tip. But hey, nobody actually listens to my life tips. It wasn't you? Well, maybe it is this time. You're like, damn, I want to be camping too, but my way. Oh my God. Water's above. I haven't had the house to myself like this in a long time. Looking forward to it, but the quiet is different. Feeling lots of feelings. Yeah. And one of the things that I shared on Instagram, and unfortunately I did not take the time to screenshot or upload it, on YouTube, so I only remember the words verbatim, but was like how like certain like stuff is coming up for us. And that thing of like, huh? I didn't remember this, or so maybe the being alone in this timeline for this weekend will be nice because you'll be able to just live a bunch of emotions without having to validate or explain anything. And yeah, that it's so different when it's quiet. I remember years and years ago when we still had a routine. Me and my ex, he was still in the picture, and Lily went off for the weekend the way that she would go. And my sister called me and we were talking, and she's like, what do you do when you're alone? And I was like, well, the first thing I do is adapt to the fact that there's fucking silence, right? Because I still had Amy at home at the time. And Amy at home at the time meant at least one other soul child coming in or out, if not more sometimes. So I was like, what the fuck do you think I do? The first thing I do is adapt to the fact that nobody needs me, that nobody needs food from me, that I can take a nap if I want, or not eat all weekend if I want, or eat what I want. I can go for a drive when I want. But the first thing I have to do is like adapt to the fact that there's nobody but me, right? I've been a mom since you know what I mean? Mid 20s, 25, 24 I was when I had Sam. So I've been a mother all that time. What the fuck do you think I do when I'm alone? The first thing I do is like look around in shock that I have time by myself, and then I, act accordingly to whatever I feel like. You know what I mean? But the adapting to no other sound, nobody saying I need something, I want something, or just whatever, right? Is huge. It's not that it's like negative or bad, but it's huge. That's it. On the plan says, "Oh wow, Annie, I didn't know that was a poppy area." And Annie says, "I didn't either." Maybe you guys will get guided at the same time and you'll look up and you'll both be there at the same time. That'd be cool. On the plant, once I went to a spot in California during a super bloom, as it was called. One of my most amazing super bloom moments, timelines, or places. I've got a lot because I've traveled across Canada in different, seasons and stuff. So I do have a lot of full bloom and massive moments. But one of the ones that just popped up into my vision, my memory bank, is 2010, Chilliwack, British Columbia. You can go Google it. It's an actual place, Chilliwack. Um, and around Chilliwack, a lot of farms, tulips, especially in the spring. So many tulips at the same time was just like, whoa, my eyes, right? Um, and when my plane landed it was April 9th, 2010, I think. And so I'm coming from like, butt fuck nowhere, Quebec, full of snow. And then I land in Vancouver and we're driving towards, going through Surrey and Abbotsford and Mission and we get into Chilliwack and I'm just like, are these pink trees real? Like, what the fuck, right? There's like cherry blossom trees all blooming pink everywhere. And I was just like, oh my gosh, it's pink like so many places. Like, this is heaven on earth. Holy shift balls, right? And when the pink little blooms start to fall and then you're walking on like carpets of pink, it's like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. I love it. Whee! It wasn't you? Oh, damn. I wonder who it was. It was probably another Jenny, though. Could be wrong. We'll see. Maybe she'll come in and be like, I just read that above, or I just heard what you said. That was me. That was me. Annie says, with this rain, it will be even more poppy popping. Poppy popping. I love it. Well, the area is turning greener than I've ever seen it. Maybe one year we had grass everywhere, but that's it. From my observation as your witness and observer, right? Because I've been following you on IG for a long time and you share pictures with me personally. I never saw so much greenery in your pictures as I am now. You know what I mean? Like, it's amazing. Hey, NTX Jen. Speaking of another Jen, there's one right now. Whee! Well, ended up sleeping Monday 7 p.m. to Tuesday 7 p.m. No eating, nothing. It's helping flush this cold really quick though. The fever broke this a.m. Jen, you were 100%. Roar. So did it kick in like after you saw the video? Because I think I made the video on Sunday or Monday. Can't remember. He's glad you allowed yourself to sleep. And it does go faster, right? It really does. I slept from, Mina knows, I did not check the time. I know it was today already. I think it was just past midnight. And I slept till like just before 11. Like in the last, like this timeline right now. You know what I mean? And I feel just like, rawr, like, whoa, that was amazing sleep. I love it. Aw, thank you. Hi, Megan. Megan Devin Lulé. I tend to pronounce things with French. Megan. My daughter's name is Amy Ode, but at first her name was supposed to be Megan. It took us a long time. Samuel, we knew was Samuel. It's the way that I knew my husband was my husband because of that name. We talked about it and it was just like, boom, here's my future husband. Holy shit. So we already knew if we ever had a son. His name was Samuel. But when I was pregnant with Amy, my second child, we didn't have a name for a girl. Samuel's name for a girl would have been Melina, but that didn't resonate with me anymore. 3 years later, for a second child, it was like that was reserved for him. He didn't take it. He got the Sammy, and so Melina just didn't resonate anymore. And it was between Megan and Amy. And I'm French. I was in Quebec at the time, and in Quebec, with a name like Amy, people who speak French will pronounce it Aimé, which means beloved, right? To love, Aimé. Um, but I didn't want her to have a name that people would be like constantly mispronouncing, and then I'd have to be that mom who's like, it's not Aimé, it's Amy, and telling people. So we went with Megan. But then when she was born,
Oh, I can't imagine my sister as a Megan.
I know. I think, yeah, I know. Or she actually might have made us good Megan for like how she can be sometimes. No?
Amy. She looks like an Amy.
Yes, she does. She looks exactly. Lily's like 11. She wasn't even there in that timeline, but she's like, that would have been weird. And I'm like, she is an Amy. And that's what happened. The minute I saw her little face, it was like, she's not. I looked up, I got a C section. I was tied up, by the way, which I was like, Jesus, tied up for a C section. And I looked up at Amy. Looked up at the baby with no name. And I looked at my husband at the time, ex now, and I was like, she's not a Megan, she's an Amy. And he was like, yeah, you're right. And I was like, okay, it's Amy. But then Samuel, who was like 3.5, oh my God, guys, he was so mad. He was offended. So for weeks and weeks and weeks, when people came to visit or when he was talking about his new little baby sister, his attitude was, and in French, okay, not in English, but in French, saying, son nom, c'est Amy, mais c'était supposé d'être Megan, mais là, c'est Amy. And he would be like, just all like, little attitudes saying to people, her name is Amy, but she's not supposed to be Amy. She was supposed to be Megan, but now she's Amy. It took him like, I swear, over a month and a half to just get over it. Let the Megan go, Sammy. Let the Megan go. Anyways, that's a long ramble, but I bounce off what flows to me when I see names or people and stuff in the chat. And welcome in. I'm going to sub your channel right now. And I'm going to put one in watch later so I don't forget to go support at some point. And I hope it's okay. I'm going to blue you right away. We don't really need moderation around here, but we need for people to be able to find each other. So when we're blue, we can just press on a channel and boom, that channel pops up. You can choose to, support it or not. And because I tend to ramble and get late in the chat, it's a nice way for you guys to be able to poke into other stuff while I'm catching up to what you guys are writing about, right? NTX Jen, I needed that rest. I've been work, and more work. Roar, me's glad for you. You are French too? Roar! Right on. French from Canada French or French from European French? Now that we know it's French, let's get down to which side the roots are on. NTX Jen, I had to get out of my own way and allow myself to rest. Compassion for self is now. Yes. And I feel like that on some level, this is happening to many people because we're not meant to judge. We're meant to follow our own bodies. We're being like reprogrammed head to toe, as above, so below, whether we think we're consenting or we chose this or not. We did. People who don't even realize or have the words that will never look at spiritual stuff, they're going through it too. And, trust yourself, trust your body, trust your instinct. That's where we're at collectively, right? For real. And it's so easy to tell other people to rest, right, Jen? And anyone else listening? It's so easy to say, of course you need a nap. Like, it's okay, rest, take care of yourself. And then when it's you, it's like, you're all like, what? I don't need this. I can't do this. I got no time. And it's like, yeah, Yeah, you got to talk to yourself as gently as you would to someone else, right? That nurturing. Megan, that's such a cool story. I love it. Naming my son was so stressful. Amy and Samuel are beautiful names. Um, the middle name of our son was a big, long debate, though, and not anything yucky. You know what I mean? But it was a process to get to. So we knew his name was Samuel. That was set in stone. And then as a middle name, he wanted something very French. I wanted something very English. So I wanted like all my favorite masculine names, like, James, Jake, Peter, Matthew type of names. You know what I mean? Like all those favorite names that I had. And he was like a solid, like, And then he would mention like names like Edouard or Joanne or what, some other like totally French names. And I was like, no. So one day we were watching a movie with Damon Wayans, one of the Wayans brothers, Damon. And I said, "Whoa, Damon, that's a cool name." And he was like, "Whoa, yeah, that's a cool name." So we used Damon as our son's middle name. This being said, my husband could barely pronounce it because of the way his tongue had to turn to say it in English. And my son to this day sometimes, will text me out of the blue and say, "What's my middle name again? How do I pronounce it?" Which is hilarious. And yeah, my children's last name is Reichenbach, and it's a very long last name to spell and to pronounce. So we wanted the simplest names for their first and middle names, right? When you got a complicated last name, um, that's hard to spell and hard to say, depending on if you choose to practice to say it out loud or not. We wanted the most simple names for them, right? Sweet Peace Québec, c'est cool Geneviève, c'est super ce que Megan dit. Megan says, "Do you speak fluent French? That's incredible." Yes, I do. And I'm from Quebec, Canada. So my fluent French is, Quebec based with a lot of slang, a lot of patois terminology that is direct from my region. But because I've traveled and I've lived, in other areas all over Canada, even to French people from Quebec, I speak a little bit different because I've assimilated so many different, right, terms, and well, I make up my own words a lot too, kind of stuff, right? But yes, I speak and I write and I read fluent French, but like right now, if I was going to write something in French, I would definitely have a spell check on because I haven't written in French in a long time. You know what I mean? So I would definitely verify everything that I'm writing compared to if I write in English. You know what I mean? That just flows. Megan, I love your Megan story. It makes me feel so special. I love it. Thank you. Rar, you're welcome. He's glad if you feel special. I'm happy you found us and it's like come aboard. I'm not one to make people jump hoops or prove or write anything. It's like you found us, wee, let's join, right? Take what resonates, leave the rest. You know what I mean? And let's enjoy each other. Annie, I had a gnarly migraine Sunday night and Monday a.m. and I purged, sweating so bad I had to change the sheets, blankets, everything. They were soaked through. No aspirin or anything. I toughed it out. Roar. My last true, like I've had bouts of a fever that comes on and lasts for like 15 minutes or an hour, but I have not had a true sustained fever or like sickness per se that's real since the end of 2019 and the beginning of 2020 when before COVID was a thing, me and Lily had it. And we toughed all that out without anything at all, right? Zip, zero, anything. We completely let everything just ride through our bodies to the point where with Lily, because the fever wasn't breaking completely. At one point, I looked at her and I was like, if by tomorrow morning you still have a fever, I am going to give you something. And she's that kind of child where ever since she was even very little, she didn't like band-aids on her. She never took anything, right? She's non-vax and has had zero illnesses per se, except for 2 or 3 random fevers when she was very young. And looking back, they were all brought on because I was stressed out, right? In the moment, what was going on in our life had me, so like off my kilter that induced a stress in her as like a baby toddler type of thing. And it wasn't, any sickness. And it's only with the looking back and the hindsight, the realization of how a mother and baby are connected. So, what a mommy feels, the baby feels. Um, yeah. And you're the reason that I made that video, Annie, when I did make it. And I specifically chose to not speak of certain things in order for people to bring it up in the comments and to not implant as well, right? Certain things. Because sometimes I realized this years ago, guys, when I was reading, energy reports with ascension symptoms. It's like, damn, I could almost click off. Yeah, I feel this. Yeah, I feel this. Or, oh my God, after I read it, yeah, I felt that. Yeah, I feel that. And I was realizing, like, holy shit, like, as much as these energy reports and the symptoms passing through are super important, they're pivotal, they help us when we tune into too many of them. Shit, reading that, this time, that time, hearing somebody's voice say it brings it on as well, right? So when we delve into certain energy stuff, I don't like put a wall up or shield myself, but I go in with the mentality that I do not consent to have these symptoms unless they're meant to pass through me. That I'm there to learn, to see what's going on, right? That people are reporting in as I scroll comments to see, but at the same time, I'm telling my body, don't take this imprint in, right? Annie, yeah, then the rain moved in. I feel your body as well was like a harbinger of knowing the rain was coming. Yeah, Megan. Amy's story. It was a month long for him to let the Megan go. That's sweet. Yeah. Roar. Megan says, aw, thanks for supporting my channel. I'm actually dealing with my sanity. So I wouldn't pay too much attention, to be honest, because I'm using my channel as an outlet. Oh my God. That's one of the most perfect comments I've ever seen. I am using my channel as an outlet to navigate my chaos, so it's messy, to say the least. I completely resonate with that. I love your awareness that that's why what you're using it for in real time. And I am one to be able to see through that. And you know what I mean? I understand that I used my channel and I still do for that as well, right? Because if my navigating my chaos can help somebody else for a greater good, then sharing is caring, right? Hey, Matrix Man. Oh my God, is it already the end of the day? It's 5 o'clock on the 15th. Holy shift balls. I didn't realize the day went by so fast. Do you have excellent sunshine today too, Matthew? It's like so pretty out. I know. What am I doing in here? What am I doing in here? This is where I'm guided to be. You're welcome, Megan. Yeah. I love that we use our channels that way. I think it's important. First of all, it's how we can help other people. It's not self-service, just service to self, because when we choose to put it out there, what it amplifies for somebody who needs to hear those words out loud in order to grab for their own sanity, because once you realize I'm not the only one going through this, once you find mirrors of people who have had the same experiences or are in real time going through the same experiences. To me, that's the game changer of the heart being able to truly like raw open, right? Because that wounded, this is only happening to me, or nobody understands. Then you say something out loud in a video, and then boom, somebody writes a comment or texts you or emails you, depending on how visible you are, and validates that they've had this as well. And there's all our differences. Our stories are all different, but ultimately, we're all here to heal, right? Megan, I love names too. I'm so weird about them. And I was very English too with naming. I like the strong masculine names. Yeah, yeah. Aw, thanks guys for subbing. We don't have to watch, well, we don't have, we cannot watch every video that pops up when we support channels either, eh, guys? We take what resonates, leave the rest. We go into what we have time for. We can be disappeared from supporting somebody's channel with comments and taking the time to look at for days, weeks, years, or months because we can't be everywhere, right? For me, when I scroll and I see certain people have a vid, and whether if I'm not guided to go in, I'm just proud that person's still doing what they need to do. Often, if I've moved on to a different embodiment, and if I'm not going to be there in a way that, amplifies my greater good, then I'm not focusing in energy, but doesn't mean that support's not there, right? Merci, sweet pea. C'est vrai que tu as une bonne énergie? Merci. Wolf dude, I had a dream where I was in distress and I asked God to save me, and he did. Roar. Was God a figure, a color, or an energy in your dream? Like, was there a visual of God? I'm just wondering, right? And I'm going to be really honest when you say, God, oh God, oh God. When you say God came to you in a dream and you asked him to save you and he did, I see Morgan Freeman. I do. I see Morgan Freeman dressed all in white, as per, what movie is it? Is it Evan Almighty, or is it, what is the other movie with Jim Carrey? Anyways, I see Morgan Freeman as God. I know it's like, I'm sorry, but I do. Um, yeah, he's just, I don't watch many movies, but when I do, you can be sure that they really imprint me, right? I swear. Anybody else understand what I mean right now? uh, Waters above, I was almost named Valerie. If I'd been born on Valentine's Day, but I was late, so I'm a Jennifer instead. Whoa. That is super interesting. Huh. Did Valerie ever come up in your family or for someone else or in your synchronicities in your life? Like, did you grow up and have like a Valerie as a best friend or something? I'm just wondering. Um, my name's Michelle Genevieve Marie. And when I spoke to my mother out loud in 2018 of, yeah, if you want to use Genevieve or call me Eve, I'd kind of like that. I'm going to step out of my shell and not just be Michelle. And she had a flashback. Ow. Ow, I just slapped myself. She had a flashback of the day that I was born, which is January 7th, 1972, half a century ago. And she could see herself. She's holding me. There's nobody with her. And she's looking at me thinking that my first name should be Genevieve, not Michelle. And then whoever walks in the room comes in, and she totally forgot about it. And they kept Michelle first. This being said, I'm named after a masculine, Michel, because in French it's pronounced Michel both ways for masculine and feminine. They don't say Michael. There's Michael aussi en français, but anyways, I'm named for a masculine that transitioned. My dad was part of an accident where 3 men died, and I was named after my daddy's best friend, Michelle. And that was one of the reasons in 2018 as well that it's like, let's flow into that Genevieve, those syllables, the newness, the freshness of, the name that's already mine, but that embodies different syllables, different tone, different cadence, right? When I was in grade school, when I was very young, I used to get teased when I would say what my middle name was. So from grade 2 to grade 7, I would just tell people my middle name was Jennifer, just so that they would shut the fuck up. And I went to 14 different grade schools, right? So it's not like I went to the same grade school and got bullied by the same kids or got teased by the same kids. I would change schools and have the same fucking problem. So it was like by grade 2, I had already been in 4 different schools by grade 2. So by grade 2, when I stepped into a new school, I was just done. It was just Michelle, Jennifer. That's it. Stop saying it's Genevieve or Genevieve. Get that out of people's heads and let's just lay low, right? Because it just was an ass pain thing of I'd moved to a new school, say what my name was, and somebody was like popping off something. So I just went incognito until about like grade 7, where it's just Jennifer. And then my friends, I would tell them, and they'd be like, "Oh my God, that's so beautiful! I can't believe you don't use it." And I was like, "Well, it's like at this point, I'm already the new kid everywhere. Sometimes I would change schools 3 times in a year, so it's like, get as much off my back of whatever outside energy that I could at the time, right? We find our ways of survival of the fittest when we're little." And then by grade 7 or 8, it was like, just that's it. I'm back to my own self and whatever. You want to say stuff, go ahead. Waters Above says, Megan, my channel is the same way for me. Waters Above, today has just whizzed by. Yes, so whizzed by. I'm like shocked that it's 5 o'clock. I should know that it is, but I don't. You know what I mean? Which is awesome because essentially time doesn't exist. That's where we're supposed to be on a certain level in this timeline, right? In 2023, where unless we need the clock to do something because we have a specific something we need to do in the world, then it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. Hey, Brenda, I'm just catching up, sweetie. Thanks for coming in. Whee! Very nice day today, too, for you, Matrix Man. Good. Good, good, good. Are you streaming tonight, Matt? I don't know if you're still here, if you've already gone, but are you streaming tonight? Megan says, oh, I love you guys already. Wow, my mind is blown away by the beauty of today. You guys are amazing. Yeah, we have a very nice ship here, a gathering, a round table. I find that even when people are in a certain embodiment, we manage to, right, fly through with amazing colors. Thank you, sweetie. Especially today, that feels like a really nice compliment. You are streaming tonight? Wild Talk Wednesday. Yeehaw. Right on, dude. Right on. Oh, Waters Above. Whee! Matrix Man found you. Good. Good. Oh, rawr. I love it. This is what it's all about, guys. People finding each other. Don't make me cry. I got mascara on. Please, nobody make me cry. Don't make me emotional. Or if you do, be ready for raccoon me to pop up. Brenda Mitchell, Inspired Journey. Roar. Thanks for coming in, sweetie. Hey, beautiful soul. Sending love and light to all. Yes. That's it. Bruce Almighty. Bruce Sink. I don't know how I forgot that. Thank you. Bruce. Rawr. Megan, subbing to you all. Love you truly. I found more of my soul family. Yes, so I'm feeling truly blessed and showered with love right now. Yup, and anytime you got free time and you choose to go look into my old vids as well, a lot of the comments there are the people that, you know what I mean? Not everybody can be in a live stream at the same time. So if you're really, truly hunting for tribe, see how I glitched there at the same time? If you're really, truly hunting for tribe, the comment section of my videos will get you way more other people as well. And I say this because right now we're in a wave of, remember, guys, for months, one of the things that was coming forth from the cards, from other seers, from other card readers, from other energy people, was, don't forget, some expiry dates, some friendships have expiry dates. So a lot of timelines are either being gracefully exited or not gracefully exited right now, because the soul contracts of what we were meant to learn with certain people is done, baby, done. It is not personal, although it can feel like it is. It is not personal. We are all here as souls on a journey towards our highest embodiment for ourselves, for the greater good of the all. So some things have to be separated, right? So again, some is like with ease and grace. It just is happening. Others, it's like you don't even realize the timeline's just not really prevalent anymore because you're not directed to focus attention on it. So again, it's graceful, and then other things are being ripped apart, right? So the tower moments, the projecting, the saying, right? Rejection is God's protection. Somebody has to. Sometimes some of us are so loving, and we really mean it. We're unconditional. So something yucky has to happen, right? Somebody has to trigger that one thing that is like non-negotiable. You stepped over my boundary, right? You stepped over that one thing that I don't tolerate or don't accept or that I know is my last red flag, whatever, right? So that's why beware the Ides of March. The shit is going down. You're either, rewriting scripts, doing it as gracefully as possible, or not, right? It's a duck or it's not a duck. You are of love, completely embodying that, no matter how you would want to write, prove this, blame this, shove there, or not, right? It's important, guys. It really is. I know. Valerie on Valentine's Day. I have the song Valerie in my head now. I need you to know that. I think it's Steve Winwood that sings it. Valerie, call on me. I don't know it enough to sing it. I don't even know how to sing a cappella. I don't even have an alpaca. I don't know what an alpaca. I maybe shouldn't be streaming. I have a lot of excess energy of giggles, so I'm not sure where it's going to go today, guys. Waters above, no other Valerie except a girl in my sister's class who was born on Valentine's Day, 2 years after me. Huh, she probably got the idea from your mama. You know what I'm saying? This one time at my baby shower, which I didn't think I was going to have. What the fuck? Oh, man. It's been a couple days. If it's not one house next down the street, it's another with an ambulance. So prayers up. Yeah, so my baby shower was all people that I knew somehow. And at the end of the baby shower day, and it was a baby shower where like the dudes were invited as well. So, it was basically it's called a baby shower, but it was like, hey, let's get the baby some gifts and let's everybody get drunk, right? Except for me, because I'm like, and so at the end of the day at my friend's house, one of her friends comes over that is not a part of my reality anyways, but she comes in anyways, and now it's not my baby shower anymore officially, right? The day's over, and my husband at the time is like kind of sipping his last drink and we're gonna leave soon, and this lady comes in that's my friend's best friend from whatever, right? I wasn't born in the same area where I had my first child, so I didn't have, right, a certain structure. Anyways, long story short, she says to me, this woman, she says, so what's the baby's name? And I say, oh, it's Samuel. And I saw her beady little eyes light up, right? Her eyes just went like, ooh, I love that name. And I was like, yeah, I love that name enough to name my son that. So guess what? She named her son that too. Like, she got pregnant like probably that night. I don't know, because she had a son like approximately 9 to 10 months later, to the point where they were so close in age that they were in the same grade, her son and my son. right? So it's like, I wonder where you got the idea for your baby name. And it turns out that that was the most popular name in Quebec at the time, that year. It was a resurgence of Samuels, the way that right now there's a resurgence of Sophias, for example, in the last 5 years type thing. And it was just like, I knew by her beady little eyes and her, ooh, I love that name. You know what I mean? So yeah, my son grew up with three Samuels in his class, and one of them that, became a really close friend. Yes, I'm a Capricorn. Did the bluing not work? Why aren't you blue yet? It didn't work. There, it should work. Error, try again? What? I never had an error before. Okay, it might not work today. I don't know why. Something's glitching, Megan. But I'll blue you next time. I'm not sure. I'm not tech savvy enough to delve deeper into this right now. Oh, roar! Oh, shout out, baby girl. Okay, let's pump out some sharing. 13 shouldn't take so long to get to. Water's above. I'm only 13 subs shy from being able to mobile live stream. Roar, baby, roar. Cool beans. I can't mobile live stream anymore because I don't have a phone plan. I roll just off Wi-Fi and apps. I don't pay a phone bill anymore. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Done. And the best thing about not having a phone is that I don't have to look at my phone when I'm out and about anywhere. Nobody can text me or, whatever. I can't do anything techie. You know what I mean? My phone doesn't work when I'm in public unless there's a Wi-Fi connection. And I don't tend to connect, right? So I'm that girl that I'll ask, when I go to the store, and if I need to, if I need a cab back home, it's like, hey, can somebody make a call for me? I don't have a cell phone. I love it. I freaking love it. The best way to like really prioritize and really, you only look at your device when you're in public because you need the time, is to not even have, right, the accessibility to it. Hey, Pearl Jones. Waters above. The Jennifers, yeah, are a dime a dozen for our age. The most popular name in the 1970s for a girl in the USA. Yep. I'm not sure if it would be the most popular in Canada as well, but I would say it's in the top 10 no matter what, in the 70s and 80s as well. Wolf Dude's answering my question about God in his dream. He looked like this guy off YouTube videos of people getting helped out of the streets with large amounts of money and food. I can't remember his name, but he helped a lot of people like that. I think I know who you mean. I don't watch him on YouTube, but there's reels or whatever that pop up on my IG. Wolf Dude, I do understand though, Mama Bear. Morgan Freeman is my god too. Wee! Yeah. Brenda says, I have a friend named Jennifer and her son is named Colin, which means son of Jennifer. Whoa. That's so cool. I like that name, Colin. Huh? Amber Lachelle says, I have an Aunt Jennifer and her son's name is Colin with a K, my cousin. Huh? Colin with a K and Colin with a C. I freaking love that. When I meet people that it could be any letter, I ask them, eh? So somebody will be like, my name's Kat, my name's Kathy. It's like, oh, Kathy with a C or Kathy with a K? Like, always. And depending on people, some people it's like that thing where boom, ooh, we got that word nerd letter thing in common, lights up their eyes and it starts a flow. And other people are like, with a C? Why? Right? They don't get it the same way. But always, when a name could be spelled different ways, I always ask. Just like for me, Lily Rose is Lili. It's not Lily. All right? I did that on purpose. Love you too, Brenda Mitchell. Super Mitchell sinks this week. It's not. I have Mitchell sinks every day right now. Waters above. Brenda, that's so cool. My only child I had at 35, and I named him after his grandfather, Reuben Clay. It means to behold a mortal son. I wasn't aware of that middle name. That's so cool. Reuben Clay. Rar. That's solid, dude. To behold a mortal son. Nice. Waters above. Yes, full circle. Cycle closed. Yesterday was Pi Day. 314. Yup. I don't know if I took the time to comment on your video, but you're the one that reminded me to some level when you came in here and then your vid, and I was like, I knew something was today, but I couldn't remember. And then Life of Pi had come up in my memory bank as a sync of something. I forget which scene. Oh yeah, I remember now. And anyways, yeah. And I've been the Beware the Ides of March started for me in mid-February. And I shared one specific post earlier. I'm gonna just grab it. The post I shared earlier was when I googled, the meaning of the Ides of March. What happened at the Ides of March? The Ides of March is the day on the Roman calendar that corresponds to March 15th. It marks the day in 44 BC, 44, so prevalent again right now, that Roman leader Julius Caesar was assassinated by a group of senators he considered allies, right? Caesar had been warned by a seer that he would come to harm no later than the Ides of March or March 15th. And I've been having dreams, I've been having warnings of many timelines being split apart. And in a way, I want to say shout out to my angels and my guides and thank you to the academy. Thank you, Lily. Thank you to the academy. That's our thing. Thank you to the academy for giving me the warning, because when shift started to hit the fan, I had dreamed about so many things that it's like, yep, okay, I can handle this. Okay, I'm not gonna be like rocked off my freaking timbers, right? For how fast it's going and gone, gone. Yes, it's going very fast. Brenda says, signs everywhere. Yeah, we're moving into a different timeline. Hopefully, wonderful things happen for us, all by design. I see it as an ultimate marker point, love or fear. I see it as the ultimate marker point, unity or not unity, right? It's a duck or it's not a duck. You're acting out of love right now or you're not. There are certain rules of acting out of love. Love does not hurt other people. It does not attack. It does not condemn. It does not judge. It does not blame, right? When you've done the inner work, you're not shitting on other people's circuses. You stay in your own lane, right? This being said, what do we stand for, right? Sometimes, but when we're standing for something, we don't have to bully a bully, right? If you're bullying in a certain way, it's not of love. That's it, right? If you're making other people feel bad and hurt and in like distress because of what we do, that's not of love, right? That's it. We're here to be authentic, but our authenticity is not supposed to impede on others, and it's definitely not supposed to strip others of themselves. What hurts one hurts all, right? When women come together, we move mountains. When women choose to not come together, holy fuck, right? And I use the word women because that's the quote that's been coming up for me for like years now. When women come together, we move mountains. In the word woman is the word man, right? So it's important. Grace, 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 grace. Benevolent grace is grace. I swear, it's like I'm surprised it's not flashing on my forehead as a beacon of what's needed right now, right? What the world needs now is love, more love. No way, Amber. Literally a red flag off a truck laying in the middle of the highway. The signs are huge, eh? Waters above, beware the Ides of March. Starting today, I have pulled back all of my energy from this who aren't pouring into my cup. Thank you. I did not share it, but earlier as well, I chose, right? I didn't want to go in that direction. I don't walk away from people to teach them a lesson. I walk away because I finally learned mine. You know, I'm not sure why I chose not to share it in the moment. Maybe because I'll just use it as the for this live stream later. I don't walk away to teach people a lesson. I walk away because I finally learned mine. When you've learned your lessons, you know, we're not here to validate and explain a lot of stuff, right? Embodiment is embodiment. When we're at the same frequency, there is not much explaining that needs to be done because it all speaks for itself. Does that make sense? Waters Above, great song. I love Steve Winwood. Yeah, I love. There's certain songs. Get out of there. There's certain songs I love as well. Brenda, it's been a long time since I listened to Steve Winwood. Bonjour, Jeannette. Good morning, Genevieve and Chad. How's everyone doing? He's doing super good. Happy Thursday for you in Australia. Roar. Ha! No way, Amber. I had to go to work after my baby shower. It sucked. Anyway, it wasn't any of my friends or family. I think those things are like, they're not something that I would have, yeah. Anyways, yeah. Amber, there's a crap load of Ambers my age. Yeah, for sure, eh? Hey, Quick Quid, welcome in, sweetie. Weird, Mirror, my friend, did that to me as well. Years and years ago, I told my friend I wanted to name my first son Cody, and she had a son before me and named him Cody. Huh. Rar, I like the name Colleen. Too bad. She's not very original, calling her son is the same name as you. I think that sometimes, you know what I mean? It's not about originality, it's about the syllables, and it's about that just aha moment of this is my son's name as well, right? I don't see it as copying and stuff because, I mean, unless the name didn't actually exist and you're using a name that never existed before. Like yesterday, I said, I wonder if anybody's ever named their child Symphony, right? We talked about that yesterday because the word symphony came up and I just kept repeating it. And I was like, whoa, that would make an amazing name, right? So that would be a whole other level of using a word that nobody's ever really used per se, and then somebody else knocking that off. But it can be a nice bonding thing for kids. You know what I mean? When they're in school and then all of a sudden they look and somebody has their name. Sometimes it's like a beautiful bonding thing for kids. You know what I mean? Quick Quid. Today's my birthday. Roar! Happy birthday, beautiful. No need to fear. Oh gosh. No need to fear indeed. Beware the Ides of March does not mean to have fear for sure. Happy birthday, sweetie. Is he going to have cake? I never assume that people are going to have cake, so I just ask. Waters above, I always ask too. Spelling matters. Names especially. Yeah. For myself, I can understand why, you know, some people can't just write Genevieve the first time the right way. That's why I say to people, it's okay, just call me G. Call me Vives, right? Or I'll tell people my first name's Michelle. That's easier for you to say or to spell, right? Choose what you prefer. It's okay. But yes, especially for like real things, you know what I mean? When the kids would get like stuff from family in the mail and then like this letter would come for Samuel Rischenbach, but then the last name was spelled wrong and it's just like okay, like I get it that it's hard to spell, but I mean, you're teaching a child that's 3, 4, 5 years old. We're trying to teach him his name properly, and then he looks on these packages, or even in school. I'm going to be really honest. Lily Rose is not in school. I have one thing I have to do in Ontario in order to be legal that she's at home. So I fill out a little paper. It asks no really details. It just wants to know her name, her actual age this year, and our address. And you know what? Every fucking year that letter comes back and her name is spelled wrong. And it's just like, wow, right? How the fuck am I sending something to a school board and they don't find themselves responsible to spell her name fucking properly that it comes back to me? It's like, talk about like, right? What the fuck? It's confusing, right? If it was for any other system, okay, but the fucking school system can't spell her name the way I spell it when it comes back to me, it's just weird. You know what I mean? It's just a little detail, but still, it's just like, wow. Waters Above, it started for me in 1993 when I read the play. Huh. I actually have my Shakespeare right behind me. Where are you, dude? Where'd you go? Willie? Where's Willie? Oh shit. I usually know exactly where my Shakespeare is, but I don't right now. What the fuck?
Where's Willie?
Where's Willie? Willie, where did you come from? Where did you go? Where the fuck is my Shakespeare? Well, I don't know where Willie is right now, but he's usually very close, like, almost a grab. But I got the brick. I earned my money myself back in the day to buy myself like the whole collection of everything. Um, so I was educated in school. We started doing Shakespeare in grade 6 where I lived. And so by grade 7 and 8, we were going to Stratford, which for somebody in another country is like, huh, Stratford? But if you come from Ontario or Quebec, sometimes Stratford, Ontario is known, renowned for putting up, amazing plays, specifically Shakespeare, especially back in the day. I'm not sure where they're at right now. I don't live close enough to partake of that anymore, but it was part of my reality as I was growing up. So we'd go to Stratford and see these amazing shows. And sometimes, you know what I mean? Like the actor that played in what I saw a version of Hamlet was an actor that became really big after, right? That was their beginning, or that was where they would go like hang out for the summer and choose to do that type of thing. Okay, it's really bugging me that I don't know where my Shakespeare book is. I don't know why. Willie. Okay. Distract. See, this is how we squirrel, people. Does it matter if I don't know where Shakespeare is right now? Apparently it does. Apparently it does. Okay, I'm gonna just keep on talking. Let's pretend it's fine. Huh?
Isn't he dead?
Yes, he's dead, but the book is nearby. I don't know. Why does my mind care, right? Why? I'm not gonna start reading Shakespeare to y'all. Amber, I'm grateful for the Ides, I think. Waters, my parents married on 3/15/1974. And they've been divorced for over 25 years now. Roar. Hey, Anita. That's okay, honey. Aw, is everything okay today? I'm a little bit like late in the chat, as per kind of usual. Hey, everyone. I'm sorry for leaving. Something suddenly came up. I didn't even get to say where I was going. Is everything okay, honey? Quick quid. I was reminded of Pi Day from a friend who is into math. Me, not so much. Yeah, I'm not into math either. The math love was drilled out of me as a child, right? I was told way too many times that I was stupid and dumb and not good at math. So I don't really try to do math, but I love numbers. I'm a numbers person. Definitely leveled up. Anita? Yeah, the pie. Merci, sweet piece. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup pour ton super live. You're welcome. Anita, I have always wanted to write on my forehead. Mirror. Uh, I, I'm not gonna say I've done that before, but I have. You know that thing where it's like, I'm gonna put something on my forehead? I have. Yeah, yeah, for real. I can see myself. It's my restaurant. I'll do what I want to. And I want to be reminded of something so bad that I'm like, I'm going to make myself, this is going to be fun. And I put a post it in a way that sticks to my forehead and I'm walking around and my first customer looks up, he's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, what do you mean, what am I doing? He's like, why do you have that on your forehead? And I was like, what does it say? What do you mean what I have on my forehead? So he repeated what was written. I was like, oh, thanks for reminding me. And he was like, are you joking? And I was like, well, yeah, sort of. But it's like, if I forget this right now, I'm fucked. So I'm leaving it here until this is done. Right? Yeah. I need a lot going on with the crown chakra right now today. For me, right here, my little dude, my third eye is like, and it's been since yesterday, so I'm going on a full 24 hours. It's not in solid movement all the time. I don't know if you guys can see it. And even me, I haven't taken the time to go look in the mirror, right? I don't need to validate, can it be seen? Because I can feel it, and I'm more like assimilating to what it feels like, ready for anything that all of a sudden, like, because my third eye is already like, wee, right? It's like, okay, I know there's more, and being prepared, so to not be shocked. Because what happens sometimes is like certain of my chakras or certain things are like, boom, I'm in full activation, but I've never felt this before, so I will like intake a breath, and or that shock feeling, and then that pushes it away, right, on some level, because I'm aware of it so much that I'm putting myself in it more. So I'm trying to be very la-di-da about it, so that if I have like a grand, like, boom, like, right, solar event that comes out of my head, then I'm ready for it, if that makes sense. But yeah. Tu vas retourner au boulot? Okay. You feeling the purple energy too, Amber? Today's purpley. Yeah, to the point where it was like, I tried to put on something different. I usually only wear my same sweater all the time when I stream, but the purple is so prevalent purple, that I need it. As you can tell, it's like all wrinkly. I wasn't prepared to wear it. Not that I have an iron or anything, but he's fancy. It's a wrinkly shirt. It's supposed to be like this. You did? Huh. Ladders above. I posted that a few weeks ago, that I didn't walk away to teach them a lesson. I walked away because I finally learned mine. Huh. I wonder if I had already seen it. I don't think so. I don't see all community posts, right? They don't pop up a certain way. Yeah, I'm wearing a purple shirt. Amber, you were making purple weed guards today? Nita says, I love the name Willow for a girl. Me too. Yeah. I think we're on the precipice of a very fine line of, really, really, are you really embodying what you say you are? Because this is not, no, no. Like, don't we get to say that, no, this doesn't feel like love? Because if you're telling me that you are of love, but I'm not feeling the love, then who the fuck is right? The person who says everything's coming out of me of love right now, or the people who are like, no, this isn't loving? Right? And again, it's like the whole back away, because if we're having to explain or validate, we ain't in the same timeline anymore. Right? We're not. We really are not. Anita, we have an Ethan on both sides of us, both neighbors, 3 houses in a row with Ethan. Whoa. My Ethan as well, when he was in school, there was other ones. It was a very popular name, right? My Ethan, he's my stepson, but still, he's still mine. Um, is going to be 24, 23 or 24, and it was very prevalent those years. No way. That's super sinky with Amber Lachey. Lachelle, sorry. My sister's name is Amber Shea. As a name, Jennifer, as a Jennifer Ann, I envied her name as a child because mine was so common compared to hers. Yeah, he loves it though. I love Ann as a name. You're welcome, Jeanette. Brenda, I love the name Sophia. It means wisdom. Me too. I always have. Sophie. Sophie in French. Quick quid. My first son I named Justin because he was just in time to save my life. So Cody wasn't meant to be. Rar. Quick quid says, nope, no cake. I'm not a fan. Right on. Megan says, I'm really anal about names being correct, so it's not even funny. I feel your rage. It's not really rage, it's just more like, duh, you're a school board and you can't spell a name right. Like, no wonder I'm not sending my kid to school, right? Like, fuck. If a school board can't even spell a name properly, year after year, it's not like it's like, the first time. So, Amber, everyone calls my daughter Lila. Put 2 L's, but I guess it's hard to figure out. Jeanette, my name is spelled incorrect all the time, and my maiden name, Alan, was spelled incorrect just as much. Really? That's a pretty easy name to spell. Do you have double L's or just one? That's the only question I would have. Is it double L for Alan or 1 L? And when Brenda says, yeah, people have a hard time with the 1 L or the 2 L's. Yeah, and I'm a Michelle with only 1 L, which is not super common, right? That's why with Michelle Lee Canham Free, that she's got the spelling from birth the same way as me. It is not super common, even in Quebec, right? So out of 20 feminine Michelles in Quebec, sometimes not even one is with the 1L. It's assimilated with the double L's. That's how, like in my lifetime, and I'm, been around Canada a lot, and I've met a lot of people, and I've heard a lot of names. There's only a handful that I've ever met that spelled it the same way as me. Me too, Brenda. I have the complete works of Shakespeare. It's really, I call it my Shakespeare Bible. Me too. But then I do refer to it as, Willie, where are you? And I want to make the joke that I have the full edition unless, there's something else been written. I had to add that. Quick quid, me too, Brenda. Very old book of his works. Beautiful book. An 18th century book. Rawr. I wish I could share a picture of myself right now. Oh. Amber says character pleats, wrinkles. I think they're dragon lines. Who likes my dragon lines, right? I've already had the smooth as the bottom baby face. I'm already still called baby face sometimes at 51. So yeah, bring on the wrinkles, bitches. Mama's ready for them. I don't give a shit. I'd rather look like a dragon than something fake. Megan, I'm feeling my crown chakra today, the purple, like I'm vibrating hardcore with the universe today. I love how the flow right now feels amazing. Thank you everyone for being so lovely. Yeah, the flow right now is so amazing that like earlier, that little video that I shared, a little snippet of me just looking down and then the pigeon comes. I felt like, whoa, I'm Cinderella. I'm outside making a video and here's my pigeon dude. But seriously, like going outside and just looking at the sparkles everywhere and just like, it's like jaw dropping. It's like, Does everybody see how I see right now? Because, like, whoa, right? It's amazing. Like, even inside, I got the littlest, right? Everything is just like, wee! It's awesome. Jeanette, purple is your favorite color? Oh, thank you. Megan, I'm going to respond with pics too. I feel like I'm really wanting to connect with real humans in life, so I'm totally down for interacting hereafter. Roar. Well, my email is in my about section. Depending on, you know what I mean, where I'm at, sometimes because I talk so much here, I just don't respond as like wah as I could, right? But I'm not hard to find. I'm also the only other social platform, whatever I'm on, is Instagram. Um, and yeah, we're gonna have to up level and do some new stuff too, eh, guys? At some point, Mama Bear's getting sick of holding the line and just like blah 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 by herself here. I keep meaning to load to see. I know that I have a StreamYard account, but I keep meaning to go and just see and test and try, right? Something different. So once it starts, it won't stop as well. So maybe that's why it's like I don't have the green light fully, right, from my team, my guides. We'll see. And one of the things that's being like whoosh, downloaded right now is like, yeah, certain things that I wanted to do or that I feel are coming, we're not meant to do because of the splits of the timelines that are actually happening now, right? So because there's so much splitting right now, if I had started something before, it would have taken on something different than what it's going to be meant to be. Take what resonates, leave the rest. That was just like the download that came through for that. Quick quid. Purple was my favorite color as a child. I have no favorites now. I've always been a sucker for that blue, the cobalt blue or indigo blue, what I call it. So the little heart, the blue that matches the writing on the screen. That's pretty much been a lifelong. And then pink. And now it's more green. And I usually will say that my favorite color is camo because I can't choose just one shade of green. So if I say my favorite color is camo, that implies like every tone, right? But my favorite color up till I was 33 it was just blue. That's it. I can love all of the colors, love everything, but blue. My dishes, everything that I could have, blue. So when we got married, first of all, I didn't have a big shishi wedding. I had the smallest wedding that I could have at the time. It's not in my, it wasn't in my values or anything, right? And so there was a bare minimum of like decorations and bare minimum of what normal people or traditional people will do. There was the bare minimum to the point where some things were forced upon me, like you have to have a wedding cake, and I was like, no, I don't, right? And but anyways, it's like you want me to have one, you fucking buy it. I'm not fucking buying that shit. I didn't even pick it out. I didn't care. I didn't want it. Anyways, long story short, because I'm rambling, but I loved blue, but my husband to be loved purple, dark purple. And so I was like, okay, whatever's of me. So my sister, who was my bridesmaid, she got a blue dress because that's what she wanted. And then half our decorations were purple and half our decorations were blue. And I remember there was some people looking and being like, this doesn't match. Usually people will, not use two solid colors like this. And I was like, yes, I get that. Other people. But that's his favorite. That's my favorite. There's no compromise of saying, it's my wedding, right? It's our wedding. So we use the two colors. And we had a purple Mustang drive us, do the stuff we needed to do because his best friend at the time happened to have a purple Mustang. So, half the stuff was blue, half was purple, and we were driving around, well, getting driven around in a purple Mustang. It was awesome. But it shocked people that things weren't, you know what I mean, aesthetically, politically, shishi, fashionably correct. I have to catch up with the chat first, Anita, and take a break because I've been on for 84 minutes. Just want to catch up to the chat. I don't even know how far down. Holy shit. It's not so far. I can do that. But I need to move around before I pull a true card so that I can, right? Because I've been for 80 minutes. Megan, I hate it when people misspell names. I actively try to spell everyone's name correctly. It's the customer service, quality assurance in me. Yeah. Yep. There's some things, again, because my ex-husband, I never took his name. In Quebec, you don't just get to take a name. If you want to take your husband's name, you can, but it's a legal name change. It's not like other places in the world where if you get married, you have the choice. It doesn't cost anything. It's part of your wedding and part of that service, whatever. It might cost something. I don't know. I never did it. I've always had only my last names. I've never actually taken another man's name. You know what I mean? And but it was weird, just the feeling of like these are professional documents, certain things, and everything's fucking spelled wrong, right? Yeah, fuck that school system for sure. Waters, I can't say chakra without saying shock. Amber, my bong is purple too. I just thought about that. Oh yeah, the quick quid, Alan E-N or Alan A-N. True that. Megan, you're so smart. Of course, you love Shakespeare. That's such a smart thing to me to be a part of because I don't resonate or vibe with Shakespeare. His works are too high level for me. I don't see it more as being high level. I see it as like, I just always have truly been a word nerd. I love words. And the fact that when I was in school, it was so complicated to understand Shakespeare that I wanted to, like, I needed it for myself in my personal, right? So I got forced to read certain things, but then it made me want to read, right? Even a couple months ago, Lily grabbed it and grabbed a book that was Shakespeare-esque. It wasn't Shakespeare, but had the kind of language, right? And she was reading stuff out loud, and I was like, wow, you're really good at that. Like some grown adults can't read something that comes from that sort of text. She didn't necessarily know what it meant, but she was able to pronounce and say the words, like the syllables of it. So I was like, whoa, that's really good. And I'm the kind of word nerd where I would grab whatever I could. So, you know what I mean? If I needed to read, it was like food. You know what I mean? Letters, books, just it was like food to me. Megan, I don't understand Shakespeare whatsoever. I totally winged it in school when we had to study him. I just couldn't understand. It was like a different language to me. It is a different language. That's the thing, eh? It totally is. I keep seeing swords everywhere. Hmm. Do you have a context of how you're seeing them? I'm seeing them as well. I always see Excalibur and then the saying even Excalibur had a twin, right? That's always in my it's always close by. And the swords of truth, is coming up a lot for me right now. I was going to put the emoji of the sword for the live stream, and then I was like, no, 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 no. You keep that little love and light shit. Right? A little bit of pretzel energy. Keep the swords out of the way. Megan, oh my god, yes, I call it Mama Bear. DEFCON level 100. It's exhausting. You too, Anita. I love that type of blue. I want a car that color. I love a green for the first time. I had not this last car, but the one that I had just before I started my YouTube channel, so it's not a part of any of my videos. It was, uh, it was, it was that kind of blue. I forget the name. It was a Zoom Zoom brand or breed. Zoom Zoom, whatever the commercial is for Zoom Zoom. Mazda 3, I think it was. I can't remember. Hey, Special Needs Moms Talks. That would be cool as it flows. Anita, you're wearing green? I almost grabbed green, but I needed the purple. Yeah, I love all blues and greens, all yellows. Yeah, me too, Brenda. Colors are so important to me. Megan, I love green too. My order is blue, purple, green. I don't like red, orange, or yellow at all. I'm repulsed by those colors. It's funny, although I do look amazing in red. Roar! I have zero colors that actually like repulse me per se, but I can only handle certain things at certain times. I'm very cautious of when I wear red and where and who's around. Um, I just am. Anita, my son hates yellow. He won't even let me out a yellow sheet on his bed. Ooh, I can understand that if he really hates it, how it would be like, ugh, to be, right? Oh, yeah, I can understand that. And it's funny because yesterday in the live stream, Anita, we were talking about how yellow is very prevalent, or yellow's standing out, or yellow is a synchronicity for a lot of us right now. Okay, everything's safe, Annie? We got the flood warning, thunder loud suddenly. Damn, remember yesterday I asked you, is there thunder in the air? And there wasn't yesterday. You got everything you need in case, like, just a sudden power surge or something, Annie? Thanks for letting me know, sweetie. Roar, right on. Quick quit. I'm wearing an old tore up, accidentally bleached, drop Metallica damaged ink sweatshirt. Almost as old as I see it. I see it. Almost as old as me. 56 today. Roar. I loved Metallica before they ever had a video, before they ever really became popular. I was getting looked at and being told, like, right, blah, 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 because I like Metallica. And it was like, someday you'll understand. And then, you know, all of a sudden, all these little, everybody's like, oh, Metallica. And it's like, I told you, I told you, I told you. Fuck. Brenda says, ignited, yes, boys are not so much for yellow. Nietzsche says, I wonder why. Because it's too bright, maybe? I know some hot dudes who could pull off yellow in a heartbeat, and it's like, rawr. Just saying. Yep, exactly, Brenda. You've lived in Quebec, so you get it. You had a certain name, then when you moved to Quebec, they made you use it. Yep. Brenda says, when I lived in Quebec, they made me use my maiden name. It was really weird. Yep. We left Quebec when I was 6 years old. And then my mom and dad went back first when I was 17, 18, and I stayed and finished high school in Burlington. But all of a sudden, my mom, who had been my whole life, Marie-Claire Barrette, my dad's name, legally, all of a sudden, because she moved back to Quebec, she had to use her maiden name, Legault. And I was like, okay, this is fucking weird, right? I'm 19, 20 years old, and now your name is not the same, but you're still with dad. You know what I mean? Like, it's just fucking weird. And it's just how it is there. The way that they explain it is that it's because it's easier for like medical records and to find people if people are just automatically. And honestly, um, my ex, my ex-husband, before he proposed, because we talk about marriage all the time. I don't understand how movies go of like, oh, I'm so surprised, right? Because it's like we talked about it all the time. It was just a fact, right? But one day he asked me, he's like, do we have to get married? And I was like, no, no, not at all. I don't, we always talk about it. I always assume, I always think, but we don't have to. I don't need that. You know what I mean? I'm not going to dangle it. And I don't need the actual ceremony. But I looked at him, I said, but if we're not married, our children are going to carry my name. If we don't do that stuff, then they're going to be Barrett's. They're not going to be your last name. They're going to be my last name. And boom, it was like, I don't know if he already had the ring, I can't remember, but a week later it was like, here we go, let's make the date. Like, and he knew he wanted the children. And looking back, They weren't meant to be of my last name because I'm the last, right? It's like, boom, the line stops with me. The name's not carried on, even with Lily. It's not carried on. Amber, I got my blue calming shirt on today. Dad gave me. It says Cresco. Megan, yep, changing my name when I got married was the worst decision ever. I'm back to my maiden name now, and I'm still dealing with the name change years. It's annoying as hell. Yeah, exactly. Special needs moms talks. Yeah, that's the way to do it. No taking names. I did it, and it's tough to get back to my original name legally. Yeah, it can be a whole rigmarole. Megan, that makes sense what you said about Shakespeare, the part about wanting to understand. I should give Shakespeare another try. Hmm. Whoa, you might actually just love it, right? You know what? Thanks for popping that up. Amber says, don't forget your break, Jen. You know what? I am going to move around because although I'm in flow, when I don't take care of my body and do my little stretch and just move around a little bit, um, later I am like paying the price of too much flow and not enough. Like I wanted to catch up to the chat, but partially. So yeah, I'll be back as fast as I can. I'm still looking for that Shakespeare, by the way. right there.
I know.
What? You knew?
Yeah.
Fuck balls. Right there. Like, duh. He was incognito. He was incognito. Because of the colors. All black. Dumbass. See? Y'all think I'm so wise, and it's like, I can have everything right in front of me, and I don't even see it. I'm really wise for other people, but I'm not so wise for myself sometimes. It's right there. I swear. He's laughing at me. Jeez Louise. And it's weird because if I had every book I had ever bought, the reason I started getting rid of books that I ever bought is because of moving. And if I had every book I had ever bought, it's a room full of a library that I would have. But, I started giving up books when I was married. It started by all my John Saul and all those horror-y, occult type of books that I was just done, right? I could see they were on my bookshelf, and it was like, those aren't the books I want. I'm not going to read those again the same way. Like, my Stephen King was sacred. I kept all that, but you know what I mean? So, and then I've moved so many times since 2009 that I wouldn't even know how to count. And most of the time it was from 15 kilometers apart, right? I lived in a region where a bunch of little towns were separated, but I moved so fucking much, and I asked for so much help, and it was so heavy all the time that I was always downsizing, always. Um, and I've always downsized instead of upsizing. And in 2019, I even gave up every single one. I had a collection of recipe books that was like a whole bookshelf. Classic ones, modern ones, like every fucking recipe book you could imagine. And I gave them all up in 2019. Didn't even get money for them. I just brought them somewhere. And when you're constantly letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go, oh, there's a beauty to it, but you don't have stuff and you don't have your memories the same way, right? And my books were so important. I never thought I would give, especially my recipe books. And there's a part of me that kicks myself in the ass, but I didn't have money at the time for storage. I had to get out of Dodge and start a new timeline in 2019, right? And there was nowhere, and I didn't have the money to just put it in storage. And I was sick of moving and, needing so much help, so much assistance, and being in so much fucking pain myself, right? When you're moving and you're a single mom and you get a little bit of help, you're fucking like just, it can take weeks to fucking recuperate physically from like all the lifting and shit. So it was like, just get her done. I kept one recipe book. That's it. Everything else I can find online, and everything else is in here, right? I didn't even use the recipe books anymore. So keeping this and a box and a half of books from my childhood is important to me. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I was that feeling of, where is he? I know it's here, but there's only a few little things in my life that make me feel that way, right? That bring me back to the feeling of earning the money for this. Like, this was a big fucking deal for me when I was, 15 or 14 years old. I worked out. I just punched myself with fucking Shakespeare. I worked hard to earn the money to buy this book for myself, right? So, like, there's not many things in this world that make me feel that way, but this was one of them. All's well that ends well, page 247. Whence, whence honor out, whence honor but of danger wins a scar, as oft as loses it. I will be gone. My being here is that holds thee hence. I haven't read out loud Shakespeare in a long time, guys. Shall I stay here? No, no, although the air of paradise did fan the house, the angels oft did all. I will be gone. That pitiful rumor may report my flight to consolidate thine ear. Come night, end day, for with the dark, poor thief, I will steal away. Okay, now I found my book. Let's get back on track. And Eddie, I don't know if you're still here, but I saw you above, dude. I saw you, I saw you. Are you still here? Quick quid. Old writers woke me. Other works I have love is Milton, or Army too. He who reigns within himself his passions, desires, and fears is more king. Yeah. E. Cummings was pivotal to my journey as well. Megan, I had a beautiful blue Kia Optima 2019, but it got my first car ever accident. After 16 years of driving, it sucked. Roar. Yeah, no kidding, eh? Megan says, yeah, yellow and orange specifically are, gross colors for me. Makes me wonder if I'm lacking in those chakras, you know? Like I've got a sacral or solar plexus blockages. Yeah. I know for myself, there's some colors that I don't necessarily buy to have clothes of, but I freaking love the color. Oops. I freaking love the color. I just don't choose clothes of those colors type of thing. But I love orange. To me, orange is joy. Yeah, that's what I thought, Annie. No, I need supplies. I wasn't expecting this. That's okay. I don't think there's anything to expect, but I always just put it out there. Same way when you got to go, Anita. Okay, I'm still catching up, sweetie. I'll pull you a card later and send it directly to your IG, honey. How about that instead? Right. Um, I don't think there's anything to expect, but just same way when we get high winds or anything that I'll text you, right? If I'm incognito for a while, everything's good. We got what we need, everything's fine, but it's possible. But because I always say it, it's never happened, right? Waters above. I saw Metallica in 1992 in Orlando. Roar. I saw Metallica. I don't remember what year. I was Actually, I do remember. I was 18, and it's where I officially started smoking. Not cigarettes. I was already smoking cigarettes. But where I just officially turned to somebody and I was like, pass me that joint. And he was like, what? You don't smoke? And I was like, I do now. Pass it to me, baby. Uh-huh, uh-huh. And it was hash. So whenever I smell or smoke hash, it's like, reminds me of my first time in Metallica. And my first time I ever saw Metallica was with Queensryche. And I remember I was a little, I was, and I have to practice to not be a little fucking sarcastic bitch all the time, right? It's a lifelong journey for me because I was a sarcastic little bitch, and I was like, who the fuck is Queensryche, and why the fuck are they taking the stage before Metallica? And I was like so insulted that there was a band before, right? And just like, ew, like I didn't even know who they were, right? And I was just like, I don't care about these fuckers, right? Like I was just so snooty. And then they came on and they did a few songs and I was like, oh, they're okay. And then they did Silent Lucidity. And I swear, I came out of my body with Silent Lucidity. They started playing it and I was just like, it's like a whole other fucking dimension. It brought me out of my body. I can still see that moment in my mind's eye. That's how huge it was. And I'm seeing the moment from I'm above looking at me and then looking at the stage and looking at everything. And we were fourth row floor. I actually got baptized by James with beer, whiskey, and water and toilet paper. I still have a little piece of toilet paper somewhere in my stuff from we got a big strip and then we shared it, right? Sharing is caring. Even when you see Metallica and you get thrown toilet paper, somebody had thrown toilet paper on the stage, so he threw back. And yeah, my second time seeing Metallica was 2 or 3 years later. I was living in Quebec, and no, I was living in North Bay. Oh my God, I was living here in this city. I was still in Canadore College. I was in college, and all of a sudden, I was just like, without even calling, I just started driving towards Burlington, and I knocked at my best friend's house, and she's like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" And I was like, "Do you have time to hang out?" Kind of just got in the car and started driving, and now here I am. And she was like, "Oh fuck, yeah, of course. It doesn't matter what I had. Yeah, right." And she was just shocked. This is before cell phones and texting, and I just got in the car. I started driving. There was nowhere to pull over to call her, right? Anyways, so I go and I flop on her bed, and I was like, "So, what's new? What's up?" And she's like talking about this and that, and she's like, "Oh, Metallica is in Hamilton tonight." And I was like, "Really? Get in the car. Let's go." She's like, "Well, we don't got tickets." I was like, "I know. We'll find scalpers tickets." And she's like, "Oh my God, what if?" I was like, "Get in the car. Let's go." And so we get tickets, and we're scared shitless that when we go to the counter, the ticket place or whatever at the beginning of the line, that when it's our turn, that it's going to be fake tickets, but turns out they were real. And we were 28th row floor. And at the end of the show, we were walking by somebody who says, "Oh, the guys said that they were going to go hang out at this bar." So then we went and hung out at that bar. And after a while, I was like, "Okay, nobody's showing up." And I was like, "I'm just fucking bored. I actually just kind of want like donuts." I was like, "Let's go get Timmy's and then let's go home." So she's like, "Sure, okay." So I pulled out of the bar and I went down the street, and I'm going down the street, and as I'm going down the street and I pull into Tim Hortons, everybody's fucking staring at us. I open the door, I walk in, and somebody screams, "Where the fuck do you come from?" And I'm like, "Quebec." "Why?" And I was like, "Because you're driving down the wrong way on a one-way street. What the fuck?" And I was like, "Oh shit, I didn't know." Oops. Right? It's like, "Is anybody a cop here?" And everybody's like, "No." And I was like, "Okay, well, we're fine." And my friend Jen was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe this. Holy shit." Oh my God. And then my third time Metallica was in Toronto, 2009, which was an amazing experience because I saw them the first two times when they were, drunk and stoned and amazing musicians. But then I got to see them as grown ass men embodiment, talking about love and light and energy and completely sober. And like the energy of having known and seen them in one embodiment two times, but then as like again like fucking men embodied, like the place was fucking full, and yet the energy was like we were at something that was for children because their energy was so safe and protective, talking about love, light, and energy, that even there was nothing creepy, right? No fighting, no nothing. I remember my sister was like, "Stop looking at people and stop saying hello." And I was like, "Why? Everybody here loves Metallica. Why would I like pretend that we're not best friends?" Right? Like, "Hello, hi. Oh my God, this is so fun." Yeah, this is why I don't get out much. And when I do, I try to avoid cities, by the way. But yeah, Megan and I bought tickets to Metallica in Seattle behind my mom's back when I was 17, and she didn't let me go because it was a 3.5-hour drive, and I would have needed to stay in a hotel to make it safe, and I couldn't. Quick Quid says, "I was living in the Bay Area before Metallica was famous, and I know many of them. I wouldn't be that impressed." Indeed. Thanks for writing that out. Yeah, especially when you know the background of people, or you grew up with them, or your family knows their family and everything. There's not much to be impressed about. People are just people, right? I remember one time I was working somewhere and Justin Bieber was really popular, and manager of this place, and so we had cranked up the sound for fun. And one of the girls was like, "I fucking hate Justin Bieber," and I was like, "Why?" And she's like, "Cause I knew him." And I was like, "Oh, okay, that's a whole other level." She's like, "Yeah, I knew him growing up. Like, it's different for me." And I was like, "Yep, I get it. I get it." And she told some stuff that, whatever, right? That's her secret garden and her stuff. But yeah, they grew up close together, so she wasn't impressed at all either. Hmm. Megan says, yeah, quick quit. I think their energy in real life isn't great, and their music is way more monumental than each one of them. And sure as individuals, for sure. You know what? Um, Artists, actors, musicians are just real normal people, right? It is just a job, what they do. We can have a pedestal, they can have taught us many things with their songs, but it doesn't change that it's just their job, right? Like, seriously, we wouldn't run around and ask a hairdresser for an autograph or, a server at a restaurant to sign our napkin. It's an us and them thing, but there is no us and them. They're just normal people. That's it. Yeah, Amber, we all need the break sometimes, eh? Yeah, that would have sucked for sure, Megan. I'm not so far behind in the chat. A little bit more now, but it's good. Like, this is your first time here, Megan, but it's good when I'm behind in the chat. Because I bounce off the chat. So if everybody gets silent, then you know what I mean? The flow changes, which is good. Meant to change, but still. I'm gonna put it in my thank you, sweetie. I'm putting it. Oh, don't go into the meditation thing. Go into watch later. Thanks. I saved that for later. Let me just get back on track. All messages. Yeah, so it's part of the course for me to be late in the chat, and it's the best way for me to be able to flow because there's always something to keep going off, right? Thanks for sharing that quick quit. I appreciate it. Megan says, "What do you mean by wrench?" The fact that people are blue, the blue wrench by my avatar, right? The wrench. Yeah, the wrench is not working for loading for Megan today. I don't know why. It's never happened to me before. Doing everything the same way. Oh, there, it worked this time, Megan. There, now you got it. I remember earlier it wasn't working. I was like, let it go, let it go. But
Let it go. Let it go. Don't hold it anymore. Let it go. Let it go. Can't live a life of love.
bravo, baby. Yeah, it finally worked. Good. Brenda, I only kept cookbooks from my mother and grandmother. I purged the rest of them. I remember getting cookbooks in my hope chest. Remember hope chests? Yeah, it's one of the only pieces of furniture that I have from my childhood. My dad made it for me. And everything else my dad made for me, I got rid of in 2019. Again, there's a part of me that's like, it's just because there was nowhere to store it safely at the time, truly. Right? I had been offered storage at a certain place, but it was with that thing of this is going to need to go, not this is permanent. Doesn't matter if it's here for years. There's a difference, right? And so, yeah, Water says, it's your birthday, quick quid. You share if you want to. You're welcome, Anita. Sorry I didn't get to the card right away. Amber says, orange is passionate, fiery, energetic to me. Waters above. I grew a strong like for the color orange when I was pregnant. I wasn't really attracted to the color as much before that, and I still like it. Whoa, that's cool. Brenda, I seen Metallica in Ottawa in 1992, I believe. I'm not quite certain. That would have probably been the time I saw them for the second time. You seen Queensryche when you was with when you saw ACDC, Brenda? Right on. Yeah, Brenda. The same way they were called the backup bands back in the day. Yeah. Quick quid. Music shouldn't be a job. Industry is what put them on the pedestal. Exactly. Exactly. And that, like, whether it's a job or a passion, but the whole pedestal, right? Um, no one can live up to that. Oh, shoe balls, Waters. I made a hot tea about an hour ago and I forgot about it. It is not hot right now. Damn, I did that this morning. I woke up, I made myself a nice hot coffee. I sat on the steps because it was like mild, and then I started a voice message. And by the time I was done, I was like, a couple sips, and it was like, oh my god, this is so cold. Hi, Nigel Woodley. Good morning from beautiful Oz. Good morning. Amber says I'm having cake and ice cream for you, Quid. Good deal, Amber. Definitely. Amber says always have dessert first. The world may end before you get to it. Yeah, I'm a sucker for that. I loved when people came to my restaurant and they would ask for dessert first. That was so cool, right? Sometimes people would that were new when they would come for breakfast, then I would offer dessert and they'd be like, "We don't eat dessert after breakfast." And I was like, "Why not? Are you sure you don't want any?" Who says you can't have dessert after breakfast? Why can you have dessert after lunch and dessert after supper, but not dessert after breakfast? And it wasn't to sell anything, it was more for the quirkiness of asking somebody that. And one of my favorite things to ask people, like when it becomes your restaurant, you can let yourself really go all out, right? Like they can't report you to somebody else because if they try, it's like, oh no, it's me. One of my favorite things to do sometimes was to like, I'd get a grown ass big dude that never been there before, and he'd order breakfast, and then I would ask, would you like the crust cut off your toast? Just randomly. And that look, that first look of what? Or the look of, really? You would cut my crusts off? Like, seriously, you can, like, throw out a bone to, like, start a conversation with a stranger in so many different ways, right? When you choose and when you have a little bit of imagination. But, yeah, for real. And it was that thing of like just sometimes when I was feeling playful or I wanted to make somebody feel included right away, right? When you walk into a new restaurant and you're either from that area or not from that area, it can be hard, right? When you're alone. So, right, that thing of something to make feel different, right? For real. Oh my gosh. I can still like I'm having flashbacks of people's faces and their what? Nigel can't beat Metallica. Me and Lily were saying that Metallica is like a genre, right? It's not just Metallica. It's like it's Metallica. Yes, quick quid. Letting go is sometimes hard to do though. I know more about letting go in this lifetime than I do about attachment and keeping. So, as per the Metallica song, as soon as I belong, that's when I disappear. That's been my life since a child, right? I have no solid roots. There is, like, like, it's, I didn't grow up the same way as other people. And I was always letting stuff go, right? So when I was little and my dad made us a bed but by like he made it, and then I remember I painted it red, and it was just a simple fucking bed, right? Though it was just wood and red, and that's it. But then all of a sudden we're moving somewhere, and it's like, oh, we're leaving the bed here, and it's like, what? But I love my bed. I want my bed. No, we're leaving it here. We don't have enough room in the U-Haul. And it's like, you know what I mean? I know more about letting go than grabbing and keeping. And that's why sometimes, you know what I mean? Like the just so many things. I'm more used to letting people go, letting things go, letting land go. Even my restaurant, like only 4 years, which I believe I did full circle what I needed to do, but I never thought it would be only 4 years. There's a part of me that knew I wouldn't retire that way. Like I knew, but 4 years was an accelerated timeline. And all my life, everything's always like these accelerated timelines that last a certain amount of time. And then it doesn't matter if I would want to hang on and keep certain things or not change this or not change that. I have to, you know? So that's why I can speak from a perspective when I'm saying to people that you can't bypass what's for you. Even if you want to hang on to something, it's going to be taken from you in a different way. It'll be through chaos, right? So if you're not meant to be in a relationship anymore and things were just not good, things get worse and worse and worse, and something like really chaotic will happen if you're not meant to be with that person anymore. And me knows because of the life experience of like after you had to let go of certain things, then it's like you're never going to let go of something else. But then life makes it that, yeah, you have to, right? Nigel drinking iced coffee as we speak. I live off the stuff. Waters above. It sounds like my son's rationale. Dessert after every meal. Yeah, and depending, dessert doesn't imply things that aren't even healthy, eh? You know what I mean? For real, there's stuff that is right. Dessert doesn't have to be not healthy or not good for us. Everything in moderation is good, and that sweetness, right? Whatever it is, some people need it, right? And waters above, they need it. Nigel, being an interstate truck driver for years, can't go past an all-day breakfast. Yum. Yeah, I was not on a main road, but I lived in a town. Well, I operated a restaurant in a town where, there's only so much later on, but the stuff has to get there. So I was blessed for that, right? But it wasn't a passing community. I had truck drivers, Nigel, that would detour. Like, first of all, my truckers that I knew, then they would detour, right? And come through a different way to go do delivery, knowing that there's nothing in my town they were delivering, but to come eat. You know what I mean? And my truck drivers were like, they were like my kids, right? In the sense that we knew everything that they needed. I had some truckers that would just walk in, put this up, and I knew exactly what plate. Like they knew I was busy, they'd put up the number one hand, and I would just start making their fucking breakfast, right? They didn't have to say more. I had certain people that were like, just whatever you think is good for me today, whatever you think. And it's like, okay, you know what I mean? And the moving right along feeling, the feeling of, fuck, you, when you're eating in restaurants a lot because you're a trucker, when you're recognized, when it feels like home, when you have a familiarity, that's fucking important, right? It's freaking important. Yeah, Annie, the sun is streaming in your window, passing clouds, making shadows. The thunder's still ripping around us. This will pass, this will pass. I'm a thunder chicken. Scared and skittish, it's fine. Yeah, me has been like that on and off in my life, so I get it. We haven't had thunder in so long that, you know what I mean? If it was out of the blue all of a sudden, I'd probably jump, you know? Nigel, the first band I ever saw live was Deep Purple in '84. I'll never forget. First bands I ever saw live was OMD, Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark. They were the opening band, and then the Thompson Twins. And I don't know, I was 15 or 16. I can't remember the years and all that shit. My mom wouldn't let me go to anything. Madonna, Michael Jackson, everybody went but me. All those other names. And when I asked her out of the blue, can I go see Thompson Twins and OMD? She said yes. And years later, I asked her, why did you all of a sudden say yes to them but no to everybody else? She said, I said yes to them because I had no clue who they were. I knew that they weren't Madonna or Michael Jackson. I didn't know who they were, so it was like, sure, go ahead. That can be your first concert. You know what I mean? For real. Because what they weren't a big deal, she allowed me to go to my first concert finally. When my friends had been going for, years to stuff. And when I say my friends going, most of the time it was with their family or their parents, right? So I'd be like telling my mom, what do you mean I can't go see Michael Jackson? Jen's mom is going, right? It's with Jen's mom. What do you mean I can't go, right? What do you mean I can't go? It's like with a mom. There's a mom and a dad. Oh, there's a mom and a dad, and there's an aunt and an uncle. It's like a big family thing, and they're inviting me, and I'm not allowed to go. Looking back, I was protected from all the fucking rituals of the stuff, right? I wasn't allowed to go to certain things and do certain stuff. So I was really protected from the stuff that was the stuff, right? When they say everything happens for a reason, it really does. Waters above, my husband's parents were both in the Navy, so they moved every 3 years. It's a different way of life with its own special lessons. Yup. People would ask all the time if we were military on some level, but we weren't. And the only difference with the military, they have a base. So they have activities, they have people. It doesn't mean they're actually going to be friends with the other kids, but there's the base of the base of the common, military family life, right? We didn't, we didn't have that. That was the only difference. Quick quid. Don't have physical attachments, but I can't let go of past events. Again, my whole life's a letting go, right? So certain things I don't even remember. That's why when I stream and you guys will write something and then all of a sudden I remember it happened or I did this. Otherwise, I wouldn't even think about it because when you don't have lifelong friends or lifelong people in your life, there's nobody to remind you what you did in grade 2, right? There's nobody. There's nobody to remind you what your favorite thing was in high school, right? It can come up. I can have the recall. I can, all of a sudden, one of my old friends, well, I don't have my phone anymore, but would find me through my email and say, hey, I'm passing through North Bay. You want to hang out? Sure. You know what I mean? The last friend from high school was in 2019. Danny came and hung out with me for a couple days, right? But then where we're at, where he's at, where I'm at, what the life I chose, the life he chose is like 3 fucking separate worlds, right? Nigel, my son's in the Navy too. Best thing he's ever done? Right on. Yeah, I do. You almost said Amber. Exactly, waters above, right on. I'll often offer him sweetened yogurt or fruit. Exactly. Yep. Nigel, trucky no. Where there's a cool meal. A good meal. If you ever see a lot of trucks, that's the place to go. Yeah. I find that it's so much different now though, Nigel. I mean, all of the routes have been diverted from going in and out of small towns. It's just main highways with the on routes and the big, you get the choice of Wendy's, Burger King, and all the fucking fast food. And there's never a mom and pop place privately owned in all of that ever, right? So that diner feeling, the old school feeling of anything being made from scratch is taken away, taken away, taken away across Canada. And so that's a loop for the truckers of, they're not getting healthy food. There is nowhere, they can't, they can't bypass and go into small towns and do certain things. So any type of home cooked meal, like across Canada, is a big fucking deal right now. And COVID took away, a lot of what was either still thriving or just barely hanging on, because a lot of people that I spoke to who had like little restaurants that were privately owned, they're not a part of a franchise. What they were saying as COVID was beginning is the jumping of hoops is ridiculous. One week they say we're allowed this, the next it's changed. One week we're allowed to be open, one week we're not. And it was ridiculous. Meanwhile, all the fast foods were fine, right? They fucking had their mandate that head office would say they had to do. They did it, and that's it. But the little places didn't get, they didn't get their hand held. Let's just say. So there's a lot of empty places still right now that haven't, you know, a lot of places during COVID, what their choice was is to just continue to do takeout. And then because if you're doing takeout for 2 years and you realize, hey, I'm paying less employees, doing less dishes, less service, I don't need as many employees. So they've just stayed takeout, right? And there's no place to sit anymore. So a trucker can't get the same way, right? Quick quid, believe it or not, I wanted to be a trucker when I was 12, 13. Oh, I totally believe it. The only reason I'm not a trucker is because I don't have a masculine in my life who is one, so that we would be like cross shift type thing, working and I sleep, he drive, and because I don't have the balls to be a feminine alone to be a trucker in this world with the energies that what the truckers go through, right? Especially a few years ago. I don't know what it's like right now because I'm not aware. I don't get the information and I'm not aware, but there were places in Canada where, the truckers weren't even safe. There was so many hijackings and so much shit going on that, you know what I mean? So, yeah, definitely. I've driven a truck once. I drove a big rig once. It was a milk truck. So the double milk uh whatever in the back, I forget what they're called, with half load of milk, and it was on a dirt road. So I got the feeling. I know I would be amazing. I know I would love it. I've driven one, but I wouldn't. You know what I mean? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nigel, it is a hard life being away all the time, but I love the driving. Yeah, but the driving takes its toll. I did tear 2 discs in my back though, so it's not easy. Ooh, Waters, they lived off base. So they just had each other. Yeah, sometimes that's the purest choice, right? Just because something's there doesn't mean it's good for a family. Quick quit. I'm like that too, G. A lot of recall. However, it's the trauma that's almost impossible to let go of completely. Hmm. Yeah. For myself, because of the circumstances around my trauma of certain things, I had to let it go because otherwise I wouldn't be here. Meaning, when you have to look a part of the trauma in the eye a certain way, and I don't feel like speaking openly about it, you know what I mean? But I'm just gonna say not all children are born of consent, right? Leave it at that. So, you know what I mean? It's a whole other level of forgiveness. And there's just some things that if I can help other people a certain way by having let it go, that's why it had to happen. Nigel, exactly, Jen. All the little family businesses have nearly gone here in Australia, too. Exactly. Freeways and tonnage limits strangle everything. Exactly. Yup. Yup. This is where there's going to be we're flipping that. It'll take the time it takes. It'll be what it is, but we're flipping it. Hey, Peter. He sees you down there, dude. I'm just still catching up to the chat. Of course they have Quick Quid. Yes. I don't just think I know because I was one, right? I think the mom and pop places around the world have been targeted. Walmart killed mom and pop here in the States. Same with here in Canada. And the restaurant industry is directed that franchises have special prices. They get, you know, they're not paying the same price for bacon and whatever ingredients as a mom and pop place. That's it. It's just the way that it is. So once you have a franchise, you're paying prices that are lower than the person who opens a restaurant in their name and chooses what they make, right? Yeah, me knows I was a target, because the taxes of what I had to pay compared to somebody who's made like somebody a franchise who's making whatever amount because they have a volume was paying less than me of a certain tax. Even if I was in a small town, it was impossible for me to fill my restaurant every day a certain way and da 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 da, right? So that's it. It just everything's targeted that way, guys. It is. This isn't a conspiracy theory. It's the fucking truth. You know what I mean? Across Canada, the last time I traveled across Canada was 2010, so it's been a while, crocodiles. But still, I say that 2019 when we went to the East Coast. So we've done the East Coast. Um, a motel that was privately owned, and I don't know, the Castle Inn that was never a franchise is just empty. It's an abandoned building, right? So, but then you'll drive a little bit more and you got the Super 8, you got the this, and you got the, whatever the fucking names of all the, right? The franchise motels and hotels. So it's in plain sight. You drive across Canada. I haven't driven across America yet, so I don't know, but I know that across Canada and everything that was an individual place is either, you know what I mean, still in existence, and you walk in there and it's because the family chose to take over, right? Kind of thing. But yeah, definitely everything is targeted. No way! Jeanette says, hey everyone, I'm back. We have a Canadian homestyle meals place on the highway here in Australia. We still have some places surviving since COVID. We also have lost heaps as well. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's so cool. I'd be curious of what their Canadian homestyle meals, like what the menu is. You know what I mean? That's cool. Amber, the bars with the restaurants seem to be doing okay and their food's good if you don't mind that environment. Oh, you just nailed it on something. There's a lot of restaurants that are like either they're they're not even maybe excuse me franchisee, but but there's a fucking TV set and TV playing in your face every angle, right? In order to bring in people a certain way, and it's like, oh man, it's just yuck to me, right? I don't watch TV, I don't watch movies, I don't watch anything. So to be bombarded by the news, the information, the screens, especially like when there's like fucking 6 screens and they're all different sizes and they're all around me, it's just like, ew, 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 right? You don't like it. How's your afternoon, Peter? Berouette? Hmm. Nigel, I never wanted to be a trucker. It fell in my lap. And I thought, why not? But I loved every bit of it. Cool. Yes, quick quid. Trauma is a funny thing, though, G. By not letting it go, it has gotten me this far. If that makes sense. Yes, honey, it does. It does. I get it. Yep. And there's always the, the ripple effect of what we're teaching and what we're embodying, right? Yeah. Nigel, the quality is definitely different though with the franchises. Yep. Yep. Hey, that way, everybody being awesome. How's it going, dude? Yeah, quick quid. They've made it so it is expensive to buy local and do business with local people. Big bank greedy. Yeah, greed made problems. Exactly. Yep. Like I come from community where not far away is where wood, right? Where they do certain sticks, they make certain things, right? Whether it be planks, plat, whatever. The fucking wood comes from here, guys. But then it'll get shipped a bunch of these fucking places. You can't just go direct to the where the wood is and fucking buy it. And, whoa, no, right? We don't do that. We're shipping this across Canada and then it's gonna come back to Home Depot. Like holy fuck, right? It's so fucking confusing. It doesn't even make any sense. And all of our factories and industry is owned by pretty much American companies or, Brazil, whatever, whoever. So everything that was based from, Quebec born and then built by certain people got bought off by it's all industry. Like Elon Musk has fucking shares of shit around here. Right? I may live in Canada and it might not be really big where I am, but he's got shares. He owns land. He's got parts of him have his fucking little nose here on this land, right? Why? Because of the copper, because of the ore, because of the iron, because the land here is good for his fucking batteries. You know what I mean? So yeah, most of the farmland that you know what I mean was bought out is owned by these. It's just a facade, right? Because it's the same as the whole elite shit. It's somebody up here that actually owns it, but then this little facade of the in between. Amber, yeah, there's a few screens in the one we go to for lunch. It's overwhelming at first. It's always filled with old farmers, older farmers. Rar. Quick quit. I don't eat in chain food restaurants. I rarely do. Um, I had started to partake and skip the dishes because we don't have a car, and then I would just all of a sudden want to, fucking hungry. I want a hamburger. I want a treat. And really, what was happening is, first of all, it wasn't even getting delivered to my fucking door. I never knew if it was going to get to me or not. So that was just like, what the fuck? They're not accountable. You gotta, oh yeah, you when you fucking text them and then they're gonna give you your money back. But like, what the fuck, right? You already tipped and it doesn't even come to your door, and then it's like no big deal. And then what happened is I use an app for my phone, and Apple decided that you have to buy and pay for the app by the month. Otherwise, you can't get the check-in, the validation code. And it's like, wow, way to go, Apple. The only reason I got the Apple device is because it's like, it's old, it is what it is, and it was a gift, right? When I have to, or whatever, it'll be something else. But yeah, so Apple decided that, hey, you're using an app, we're going to block that app and you can't get the validation code. So it's like, oh, right on. Well, there's two signs of like let go of all of that. So now it's like if I want to treat us to something, hey, awesome Italian restaurant not too far away. Do you want to bring us food? Hey, mom and pop hamburger place that's not too far and serves good food. Do you want to like deliver? And so, you know what I mean? It's that thing of a treat or that thing sometimes like It doesn't happen often, but all of a sudden I'll finish a fucking live stream and it's like I did not prep food and I'm fucking hungry. And shaking like this, and I'd rather wait a half an hour or 40 minutes for, come to the door and bring me like solid, like, rah, I'm gonna snarf that shit. Because, but yeah, but even then, if places don't have old school way, if you call the normal way back in the day, I'm not doing the online and stuff anymore. When you paid for something and it's already taken out of your account, and then you're like fucking like basically like looking up and down the street, wondering, is it going to get to me? Is it not? Is it not? Uh, yeah, no, no more. I'm done. And one of the reasons that I still will encourage quick wits sometimes, certain just chain restaurants in general, is because it ain't about the chain. Because the chains are locally owned, right? They're owned by real people in my community. It's real kids or real adults in my community that work there. So, the paradigm is still what it is. And I see a greater good of partaking of certain things once in a while if I got that craving and if I want it, right? And I'm not judging it, in order to just see it from the perspective of like, okay, yeah, who owns like the above here, elite wise, like fuck you, but who's actually down here and actually owns, is paying for that building, is paying employees, and is actually working in there, is real people, right? So, coming from the perspective of being a mom, and my daughter's first job in this area, she was working at Subway. She didn't want to go work somewhere farther. She didn't want to have to get dressed up or do anything more than the basic job that she had at Subway. You know what I mean? And so that was part of my letting go of judgment, is, she needed a job, she needed work, and there's only a certain amount of things in a certain amount of a radius. And that's where she worked for 2.5 years. You know, it's just, it's real people working in those places, right? It really is. Here, anyways, right? I'm not part of an AI and NPC kind of world and all that. Like, just real people. That way, you worked yesterday and today. It's going great. Good, dude. What you working on? What you building? Jeanette. It's all Canadian home style. It's called Molly Dukers or Dukers. They have poutine. I had not had that before until I went there. Rawr! The poutine is real, eh, baby? Once you have poutine, you never go back. Or you're like, ew, I hate this shit. You gotta like fries with gravy and then add some cheese. Ah, I love it. I'm gonna Google that later. They might have something online where I can actually see their menu, right? That'd be cool. Nigel, like all the gas in Australia, we sell it all overseas. Exactly. We have so much of it, but locally, they're saying we'll struggle. So the prices will go up again. Yeah. When I traveled in 2010, I was like, wee hee, can't wait to get to Alberta, right? Well, yeah, when we get to Alberta, gas is going to be so cheap. And it was like, barely a difference. Meanwhile, the gas, this is where it's coming from. So it was like, oh, wow, okay. Peter, taking action and then not understanding what action I'm taking. Woo. I've been living free flow of surrender for years, Peter. There's not much that makes sense with what I do. I don't get the chance to understand. I get guided, led, and it's like, wee, I'll see the higher good later, right? Or I'll understand. I will understand when I'm older. Someday this will all make sense, right? Wee. For real. I was even talking to somebody about this the other day. Is that's part of the reason why I'm able to like fulfill a lot of my purpose and mission, because it's like although I do question, believe me, I question a lot. And it's like, why? Right? Why? And it's like, well, you don't get the answer. You just got to do it. Then you're going to understand. It's like, right? For real. Yeah. Yeah. My path and my destiny is not, it's never been done. It's not I'm the one, right? Kind of, ooh, okay, let's go. There's only a certain amount of instruction that I get as well. Like, so for example, 4 years ago, it was 4.5, because I was being guided to be on YouTube for a long time and resisted, right? And it was like, I had to do it. But my only guidance was, you know, show up, show yourself, talk, and your soul family will find you, right? And that was 4 years ago, Peter. And then there's nobody at my side, but I have found soul family across the world. Through finding me, other people have built relationships already, and other people have met. My time will come someday, you know what I mean? But ultimately, I'm rolling off of do this. That's it. Just stop questioning and do it. And when you start to question, and every time I tell myself I'm done, I quit, I'm never doing this again, then somebody either sends me a text or an email or writes in a comment, I needed this today. So what am I supposed to do? Right? My mind wants to quit. I'm done. If you knew how many times I was done, I'm done. And then a validation comes in of, if you hadn't made that video today, or if you hadn't said that in the stream, or because you said that. And I've seen the subsequent pivots as well, right? So I've been part of a lot of people's, witnessing, holding space, anchoring, and other people are part of my reality as well. So I've seen how much we grow through what makes no sense, but that I still do, right? This being said, I'm always being told that at some point when, the soul family merging, the reality of that, the direction of everything I've trained for, so being able to talk on camera, not care, right? Look it straight in the eye, bounce from a bunch of subjects. How this is my training, right? This is me mastering certain things year after year all the time. My lines, right? How I can draw, do certain things for myself that I just share, right? There's people all over the world who have my drawings. They're not signed, they're not dated. Some people have never even opened their fucking inbox. They don't know it's there, right? That's how many people I'm just guided. I just do it. And it's ass backwards. It doesn't make sense, but it's stripped me of any pride or ego. It's just, I just do it. So how somebody else would draw for years, never share that openly, and wait and wait and wait, I just started like pumping out lines and been sending them out ever since. And when I look at my lines and I start to analyze and be like, ooh, that's not perfect, or oh my god, then it's like my higher self is like, we never said it was supposed to be perfect. Send it. Stop looking at it. Send it. And it's like, okay, you know. And when I talk like this, I'm not a puppet of some outside forces or anything. This is my highest downloads and the way my soul planned it, right? I look at my fucking self in the mirror and tell my soul, what were you thinking? Why? Who was I as a cocky soul to plan this way? Like, what the fuck? And one of the answers is, if you had been guided to be doing this way, would you have done it? And it's like, well, no, actually, I wouldn't have listened to that person, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, that's why you're all on your own. And you got this way that's like so different. Because you wouldn't have listened to anybody else. You wouldn't have followed their trail. And I was like, no, you're right. Yeah, I wouldn't have. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh yeah. Anyways, I love that you guys are writing about community, because I had grabbed a card earlier. I never lifted it up, but it's community. Talking about Apple. Molly McDuker's is at Apple Tree Creek. No way. It is yummy, eh, Jeanette? Are you coloring it, Amber? Yay! I'm still working on that picture. I'm coloring. It's a whole, it's like a third eye exercise. Well, it is not like, it is a third eye exercise, eh, Amber? Like to choose and then to the lines and then like, right? Depending on where you're at when you color one of my drawings, it can actually be like you have to stop thinking and just choose some colors and just allow yourself to throw them out there, right? Because if you think too much, then it's like you can't see until you start putting color into it what it starts to look like. Oh, I'm excited. I can't wait to see it. And some can take a long time. I've been told like it takes me like a week or 2 weeks, or it's taken me a month to finish it. You know what I mean? Depending on what time you put in, what right, what else you're doing at the time, what else you get guided to. Roar, Peter. Yeah, I'm embracing the action. It's just crazy how everything is possible, and I'm used to guidance and resonance, and now everything shines. Yeah, I was just talking earlier about how everything's so shiny right now for me. Quick quid. Chain restaurants here in the States and chain restaurants in the food comes from who knows where. But I get what you're saying. It's why we need to start building the community gardens. Exactly. The community gardens, the having the accessibility to share, exchange food, you know, the choosing. Personally, it's like I said before, I will never have a restaurant on my own ever again. Right? I know my strengths, I know my weaknesses. I know, sis, I'm not giving up all the time of my life to be, doing every fucking thing because I did everything. Right? So, how you walk into a chain restaurant and they got a manager, an assistant manager, they got somebody who does the orders, they got somebody who does this, then they got somebody else who's working, and it's like, I was all those people. But I can see myself partaking because I have all the experience with others. And then I even see certain, like, sometimes the vision of you go somewhere and there's a part of you that's taking care of what you're doing, right? Or you go somewhere and you do something for 2 or 3 hours and then you just eat. You don't walk in and with $50 in your pocket. You walk in, you do a bunch of dishes, you peel potatoes, or you clean something, I don't know, and then you have food. That's it. We don't have to exchange money anymore. That's a choice that people are still making, right? It's completely possible to have a fully functioning restaurant with just the people that are like rotating who comes in and what they do. It'd be amazing. I had the concept once of taking like an old building, like, or an old casino, or an old building, and then revamping it into like a playground for adults and children, but that you don't get to go there and be like snooty and entitled and everybody's waiting on you. That you go in there and you're like basically running the place itself, right? So let's say there's a ballroom and a game room and this and this and this and that. You're not only in charge of picking up after yourself, but you're making sure other shit gets done, and that's part of your experience, right? This whole hoity-toity go places and everybody's serving you and all that shit, that's a choice that we're making matrix wise to keep that sustained, because the possibility of buying a whole entire strip mall, like there's entire strip malls in certain cities or certain towns right now that are either half empty or completely empty. So you got a bunch of different shops. So all you need is the investor energy of the money, and then everybody having whatever it is all in one place. If there's one thing I've discovered in the last year without having a vehicle, every fucking thing is across town in a different spot. It's fucking insane. There's not a place where I can go do my laundry, grab my groceries, grab something or send from the post office. Everything is separated so across town that everything becomes like a purpose-based mission. Okay, today we can go do this, and tomorrow, or you know what I mean, later we'll go do this if we have the energy, or if it, whatever, blah blah blah, right? So just that, it's been a long time in the planning that everybody should have a car and everybody has is spending money to get to places, right? Because it used to be back in the day, they were smart, they made everything in one little spot, and then that got stripped of us. And it's so noticeable because when I was renewing my driver's license, she sent me to somewhere else. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm here to renew my driver's license. And she's like, oh, but it's been expired for a year. They're on Lakeshore. I'm like, what do you mean they are on Lakeshore? This is where we go to get our driver's license. And she's like, oh, yes. But the driver's tests and the other things are at the other building on Lakeshore. And Lily was just looking at me. She's like, Mom, Mom, Mom. And I was like, I'm okay. I'm okay. Right? And I was looking at her. I was like, okay. I'm okay. We just spent like, it cost me a fucking $80 in cab fare. 80 fucking dollars in cab fare to get my driver's license reinstated because they don't do it in the same building. Like, seriously. You know what I mean? Even Lily said, like, sometimes it's like weird how things are. And I was like, yeah, everything's pretty much conceived to make sure that we're a little frustrated. We're always on the go. Always. You always got to be on the go, right? There's always somewhere else you got to go because everything's not in one spot. So then that's why people will go to Walmart, right? Everything's there. But we can't stand that place. It makes me fucking physically ill. And I tried. We did. We went to Walmart more last year than we ever have in the last like 6 years of Lily's life. At one point last year, we were at Walmart and she's like, I can't believe we're here. We haven't been this. And I was like, I know. But when I had a car, I could go to this place or that place and get this and that. It was fine, right? I could go encourage the little home hardware that is personally owned by somebody, right? That greets me and says hi. And might not be best friends, but still, the energy's there. And then at one point, I think it was Christmas or after Christmas the last time we went, I almost fucking had a panic attack. I told Lily, I'm done. I don't care. Oh, and you know what else happened? The feeling in me almost had a panic attack because of the energy and everything. But I threw out fruits and vegetables. It doesn't matter if Walmart is cheaper, the quality is as well. So I couldn't eat, right? I made a tomato sandwich and I was so fucking happy. And it didn't matter how much salt, pepper, and like mayonnaise that I had on that fucking thing. It tasted like shit, right? Sitting there blessing, please, bless you, please taste like a good tomato for like 5 minutes so I can pretend I'm not like gonna puke, that this is so gross, right? Anyways, stop ranting about that or rambling, but Jeanette, I pulled a card that says thank you. It's all about saying thank you to those in my life collaborating. So thank you, G. Excuse me, and everyone here. You're very welcome. I think thank yous are very important. Somebody told me once I don't need thanks, and it's like, but it's part of me that I give it. So if you're not able to receive it, that's on you, not me. I feel we should be saying thank you, thank you, thank you so much that it can actually be cheesy, but it's the feeling is always in the air of gratitude, right? When you're putting it out there all the time. Yes, quick quid, building community, everything. Yeah. You get it, Nigel? Yeah. Jeanette, I have 1G and I love and I treasure what you did for me. Roar. Yeah, I needed to do that, Jeanette. It was important for me. Thank you. Exactly, Amber. Me too. I'm like that with colors. I have to eventually just go with it. Yeah. I only rarely I only rarely color in my drawings because I just like I love pumping out the lines. I like that part the best, right? It's not because my life's not full of color. It's just because I love doing the black and white and just sharing it. Nigel, I got Aries in 4 houses, so I'm stubborn. If people tell me it doesn't happen, if I'm asked nicely, then it's 110%. 707 waters above. My phone's at 49%. 7 times 7 is 49. Roar, I do that too. Peter, trying to automatic write to flow and strengthen. Strengthen. Still listening? Right on. Thank you. Yeah, quick quid. That's where it's at, community. Just want to catch up before I. Well, the card is self evident, right? Doesn't really need more explanation. Exactly that way. The live free energy, sharing our gifts and talents. Indeed. When those of us with certain common interests, life experience, the opposite of our life experiences come together, right? It's huge. Exactly, Jeanette. So true. It's about building the community that can be. Yeah. Nigel, I'm literally thinking about giving up on my car. In what kind of way? Because depending on where we live and what we do and what we need it for, we don't actually need it, right? Yeah, Martha, jumping through hoops. Exactly, Jeanette. Community that can be responsible. Exactly. One of the things that um, I've found from people who do have abundance and who have tried to bring people to them because they've got space, they've got room, they've got land. The most common thing they say is people just want a free ride, right? They want to come here and then they just want to, eat, love, pray, and just fucking get stoned. They're not conscious that the building needs love and support and it needs maintenance, right? To take for granted that everybody's just going to sit there and get stoned and that there's not an exchange of energy that needs to be gifted in return, right? To make that land profitable for, not profitable from a matrix perspective, but I mean, if you've got land and you got 10 people who want to come and fucking hang out and they're not building anything, they're not making gardens, they're not doing stuff, uh, that's not, it's not real, right? It's just, it's not real. It doesn't sustain. It's not going to sustain itself. Quick quid. We could all take care of business and love. No hunger, no wars, and all this pain in the world could easily be no more. Exactly. In the blink of an eye today. It is so simple that it's like becomes so complicated because there's enough buildings right now just in our area, a lot of homelessness, but there's a lot of places that there's empty fucking buildings, right? So it's not that there's a lack of infrastructure, it's that they'd rather have a bank would rather take a building away from somebody and then not invest anything in it and let it go to shit if nobody wants to take it over for the price that they want for it. It's all just right. Ugh. Oh God. I'm sorry. That way I can't focus any energy on that because I'm gonna be sick if I do. There's a lot of talk about going digital by July. I'm not sure of that talk. I've never. Yeah, I can't. Jeanette, 100% G is the gratitude that comes from thank you. Exactly. Peter, writing plus spirit equals sustainability. I like that word. Exactly, quick quid. Unfortunately, all this pain is man made. Exactly. And the amping up of the distractions so that people. Well, this being said, I mean, how much more amping up do people need, right? Like, oh my gosh. Gunnar, Jesus must bring changes. It will come, so let's prepare. Trust me, there will be changes. Jazz, yes, I am a grandmother. From one perspective, anyway. Why that question? Gunnar, I share my light with all of you. Free, truthful love. Merci, Gunnar. Nigel says, my car, there's a lot still local here. It's probably cheaper than in a taxi. With my chronic back pain, it gets used less and less every year, but insurance has gone up 100% since COVID hit. Yeah, I know coming from right now where I'm at is that I'm looking for a car, like a vehicle that's safe, right, Nigel? I am looking for a vehicle that's safe. And what I mean by safe is, you know what I mean? I need for it to be able to get me to places, and I need for it to last a certain amount of time without me having to put work in it, right? And so, indeed, that's I always have my fingers crossed, my eyes out of what's next, where's it going to come from, and somebody who took care of their vehicle but doesn't need it or want it anymore. And definitely, it is cheaper on some level, right, Nigel? Like, I mean, it's cheaper because we only get out a certain amount to go do the essentials of the big stuff, right? Of going to stock up. So paying that cab twice in a month, every 2 weeks, for example, equals only a certain amount of money no matter what. It's less than the car payment, it's less than insurance per month. And I say that it depends on the insurance, on the vehicle that you got around here, because insurance isn't super high in Ontario, but the way that the other things you gotta jump are higher. It's just weird. Every province is different for that. But yeah, you could be somebody's angel if you make that choice, Nigel, to sell your vehicle, and then somebody who really needs it will profit from it and be able to do what they need to do. And when the timeline comes into fruition of your health is different, your back is different, then you make another choice later, right? But being without a car for a year, 3 years, especially for you, you've already said you have support from your sons, right? You're not completely like isolated and have no help, no support ever. So what comes around goes around. You drove your kids around before, they drive you around a little bit, right? Or depending on if you're allowed to exchange cars, you just borrow, right? Your kid's doing something with his family or whatever, and you have the car and because you need it. It's completely possible. Oh, I eat a lot of humble pie, Amber. A lot. Gunnar, the future will be organic and human. Hey, Jen. All day alchemy, Jen M. Hey, Genevieve. Just gonna stop in a short while. Gotta get back to my Bible reading. How are you? Me's really good. What specifically are you reading today? Do you know? Gunnar, the technology will only be used for essential activities. I know, Quick Quid. Let's hope they don't need much more amping up. Yeah. At this point, whether collectively people need for things to be amped up, that's their free will. All that I would want is for us, the ones that are ready to be starting certain things, that's it. This is it. This is the year where, you know, where we start to build, where there's stuff happening, right? Where there's momentum. Uh, I started my journey in 2019 on YouTube, and there's some people, it's inconceivable that they're still alone in their reality, living certain ways. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. Tribe is tribe. The gathering is the gathering. Um, 5, 10, 20 people sharing, certain infrastructure of either, a house, a farmland, all that collectively make people choose what they may. It's like I said to somebody the other day, I forget who and when, but I said, if I was on a plot of land at 200 acres, or if whatever it is, I don't need to be on the internet anymore. Everybody could still be choosing the fucking shit show, and they're up to their 20th vaccine, and they're here, they're doing all that shit. But my reality doesn't need that. It won't even be aware, right? I started this life without needing it fucking to text or needing the internet. I can surely live the rest of my life without it. And it's possible to be very self sustaining when you only need a certain amount of essentials, right? So, just like any other nomadic tribe or nomadic culture back before, they would have only went to get certain things in a certain landmass at a certain time, right? That's it. Allow for the ones who are ready to build to be able to gather, to be able to find each other, to be able to gather. May the people who have more share with those who, like, there's the abundance path and there's a lack of abundance path. When those come together, whee, right? It seems so fucking simple. That's it. This being said, let's hope they don't need too much more amping up. Within the spiritual community, within certain soul groups and soul tribes, people are ripping at each other right now. So if they had manifested a community, it wouldn't even be safe to be. They still aren't at an embodiment of being able to deal with certain issues when they come up, right? You got 5 people living together, 2 people are mad at each other. How the fuck does everybody figure it out? You can't just let it go on. You can't just ignore it. You can't pretend nothing's happening. You live in a house, 5 people, and 2 people aren't talking. That's Matrix world, right? How many people grow up in a house where they got 5, 6 brothers and sisters, their mom and dad didn't talk all fucking day, and that's what they saw? Well, we're not here to bring in that same reflection. We're meant to be the communicators, right? We're meant to be able to be the bigger person, forgive, speak things out, allow for people to be themselves. But even with, you know what I mean, people who say I'm this and I'm not, I'm an empath, then that empath is ready to like hurt somebody with their words without even thinking of what they're saying, and then in the next sentence be like, oh, I'm an empath again. No, that's just a fucking word. You're not of empathy or acting like it. You know what I mean? Gunnar, things used wisely by you wise people. Lots of people need to find the wisdom of love ASAP. The bad leadership of the world would go away. Yeah, Nigel. I think that the running costs and the insurance, and then it's not being used, taxi's the way to go. Yeah. Right on. One of my sons has my car at the moment for a couple of days. Maybe it's him that needs the car to become his responsibility fully at some point too, right? It might not be a stranger. Never know what's best for you guys, right? My grandfather and my father had done that years ago. My grandfather was ready to let go of his driver's license, and my dad was like, no, you're still able to drive. Don't let it go, but I'll do the stuff you need or do it with you. Keep your driver's license, and then I'll take care of the stuff of the car, right? And then, like, my grandpa didn't drive for a certain amount of time, and then for a while, like, boom, he felt comfortable. He still had access to the car, but it was mainly my dad's car at the time, right? There's certain ways that you'll see what's best. Jeanette, it feels like we have been putting in scaffolding the last few years, and now we're building with a strong foundation. I hope so. I'm gonna be honest. I'm in the thrush of certain things and being completely eliminated. So certain foundations that I thought were strong were not even as strong as scaffolding, if that makes any sense, right? So um, everybody loves somebody who's authentic until that authenticity speaks up and they don't like it, right? But again, if we were all together, how willy nilly could people be? Of one day you're on a pedestal and everything's perfect, and the next day, I don't like what you said, so I'm going to be mean to you, right? What the fuck? Thank you, waters above. Yeah, same. Just because I see the potential in people, it doesn't mean that they see it themselves. Not everyone chooses to grow. Exactly. And I'm finding one of the things that is becoming like very apparent is that the more people say they're grown, then something happens and it's like, oh, well, that didn't feel very grown to me. But the people often who don't really think they're all that yet, they really are. I don't know if that makes sense, but like the humbler people who think, oh, I haven't done enough inner work or I'm not there yet, are often really consistently embodying values of honor, integrity, and valor, and empathy and compassion. Whereas saying I do this all the time, and it's like, but you just proved you didn't, you don't. And does anybody see that you proved that you don't act that way? Because it's very apparent, right? A road runner. The rain stopped? Roar. A roadrunner just came by and the rain stopped. That's so cool, Annie. Can't wait to see my first roadrunner someday. Quick quid, completely understand this. I bought my children several cars as they grew up. I was without a car for 3 years, and my daughter gave me a car a few months back. Roar. That's beautiful, honey. Gunnar, the signs are already here. Balance, Christic, righteous light, justice changes. It looks like a weird circus, but when things will be more big, be ready, because it's written in the divine stars. Yeah, Nigel. Goes around, comes around, quick quid. Yeah, that's beautiful. Exactly, Jeanette. I have 2 acres, and I would love to share again, but I have not found the tribe yet. Exactly. I think that we're at that point where the testing of the waters, the learning curves, the growing, and that it's going to be like very boom, right? Again, I could be wrong. We'll see what what the next months especially bring. I think that there's a lot of opportunities sometimes, and it's just to have the heart open because it's so not what we were thinking. So, especially those of us who have kept such an open mind, like, I don't have a plan, I don't have a vision, I know what the energy is, but I don't know what the plan is. So it's so open wide of all the possibilities that once it's there, it's like, boom, I'm grabbing it. Boom, I'm of action of this, right? And there's some beginning steps already. And then one of the first, like, the things is like to get myself a vehicle so I'm mobile, right? And how that's not just like boof happened, right? And it's like I told Annie, I don't know, I think it was like weeks ago, where it's like whoever's supposed to sell me a vehicle, it hasn't gone on sale yet. They haven't made their purchase, or they haven't done their steps yet. Like that vehicle is just not, it's not available yet, right? So I can keep on looking, but there's nothing there. But the day that it's like, okay, it could be as simple as, because I've asked cab drivers, hey, you're local. Do you know anybody who's selling anything? Could be like one day that I'm going to grab a cab, and then one dude's going to be like, hey, I was hoping you'd call this week. I was going to come knock at your door. I found you a vehicle. If you're interested, it's so and so, and da da da, da da da. I've even given my number out to certain people because the thing about buying a car here in Ontario, they have certain things you got to do for. You can have a car that somebody just bought last week, had certified, and then you buy it the week after and you got to get certified again. Yeah, it's all a money thing. And you don't owe anybody anything. So somebody can sell you a car saying, oh, it's perfectly fine. But then when you go to get it certified, it'll even pass that certification because they only check for just the little details of stupid shit. So you could have a car that the fucking transmission's about to like, right? Or that something's really back wrong with the rocker panel in the back, has the temporary fix, you don't know, and then all right. So it's just like, eh. Anyways, what will be, but baby steps. Gunnar, divine energies, divine consciousness, God, Holy Spirit moving things out in place. Time will tell. Hope and faith. Nigel, I wish I had 2 acres and mail once a month. Exactly, waters above. Right on the target about loving authenticity until. Yeah. And this has been years for me, where as soon as certain people say certain things certain ways, it doesn't matter how long it lasts. There will come the day where I say something a certain way and I'm fucked. I'm just been eliminated. I don't exist anymore. I'm this and I'm that. And I'm not safe and I'm not whatever. And it's just like, okay, you know, water is okay. Totally. Life keeps teaching us. I'm a work in progress, but progressing. Exactly. And therefore, that's the thing is that if we're all at an even, right, we're all a work in progress, then there's always a way to progress forth together with speaking openly, being honest, blah, 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 right? Jeanette, I agree, G. I feel like I'm more solid in my foundation. Quick quid, if I had 2 acres, it would be gardens. Gunnar, it might sound crazy, but it's going to happen. I don't think it sounds crazy. I don't think it sounds crazy at all, Gunnar. Jeanette, it's lovely. Nigel and my husband inherited it. Right on. Right on, Peter. I heard Jeanette and I wrote it out and I saw Tribe member. Hello, Tribe member. She's in Australia. Gunnar, only the Father knows the plan, but it's going on. Oh, my higher self knows, but I choose to have certain blinders up because I'm gonna go batshit. I'm gonna go batshit when I know too much things about the future, and it's like, no, right? It doesn't help me anymore, right? So, knowing and not being able to do, not able to make it happen, it's not time for action. I'll take that blinder off when it's time, right? The same way earlier when I was looking for my book, and it was right there in front of me, but I didn't see it until it was time. What, Nigel? From loss comes growth, abundance, if that's what you want. I really don't give a flying fuckballs about personal abundance. It's more about that there's enough for everybody and how to make that happen, right? Quick wit, I don't think people should judge another person's inner work. It's just ridiculous. Yeah. I think there's inner work to be done that needs to be done alone at a certain point, right? And witness is witness. We all need witness. We all need somebody to hold space, but it ain't for a public in general to hold space for certain things. And repeating something for years, that ain't healed. Because something from years ago that is not, like, I'm not talking about like when we talked about earlier, like trauma based, but because of people's certain trauma, somebody else is considered an abuser, when it's like that person didn't truly abuse you, you didn't heal your wounds, so everybody feels like an abuser to you, right? I heard somebody was making a video the other day, and I was like, I'm gonna let it go, and then I was like, no, go listen. You okay? So I went to listen for a bit, and I was just more shocked of the dangling of certain things. And it's like, find one friend, talk about this, and then like figure it out, you know? I don't know. Hey, Renegade Musings. Jeanette says, oh wow, hi Peter. Hello, tribe member. Gunner, me too. Evil disappearing from the earth sounds good to me. Peter, I was just thinking baby steps and time will tell when she said it too. Roar. I love when that happens, eh? Thanks for writing it out. Jeanette, Quid, we have just put in a dozen fruit trees and I have my veggies gardens and herbs. Awesome. No way! Oh, whoa, thanks for... Nigel, I literally bought my car off a taxi driver through word of mouth. Wow. Me not, like, expecting it's gonna come from there, but I'm putting it out there, right? Just in case. Oh, it started raining again. Annie, not out of the woods. Yeah, trees grow so much faster sometimes than we can even imagine. When we had bought our house, me and my ex-husband, the first year we were there, I had planted little baby trees. They were giving them away for free. Some They do this in Quebec all the time at certain times of the year. They give little baby trees away, and you go grab them. And so we had done a whole like hedge, because where we had bought was like farmland. We had 7 acres. We didn't farm it, but a lot of the land was used for stock cars and piling old cars and stuff. Anyways, but it was very windy. So we had put up the trees that were just so cute, with the intention that they will grow over time. And I only stayed, a certain amount of years, and then I solidified that my ex-husband, if he ever lost the house, it has nothing to do with me, right? If he ever put another mortgage, or if ever, I solidified that house was his, no matter what. To the point where when we got like a legal divorce, my lawyer was angry at me and saying, you cannot give this up, you cannot do this, it's illegal, you're not taking your rights. And I was like, I don't care. He's like, you're going to be fucked the rest of your life, you're never going to be able to rebuild your credit, you're always going to be like blah blah blah. And I was like, I don't care. And he was right on some level, because that was like many years ago, and I'm still the one struggling financially, right? But I don't care, because I didn't need that to survive. He did. And like I had told my lawyer at the time, I was like, but you don't get it. If I take what's duly mine, nothing illegal, it's mine by right, then he's going to have to make other choices. He's either going to put something, he's going to either going to have to sell the house, or he's going to have to make other choices. And I was like, I already know that I gone bankrupt with the restaurant and the money pit that I had. I already know I can survive anything. I want my kids to have that one spot. I know he's there until he's done, right? I know this. So it was like, they are going to have always a home. They're always going to have the one house that has the memories. And it ain't going to be mine. It's going to be his. And the feeling of, it's now I don't have a car. So even up to 2 years ago, I was going to bring Amy there, or to go get her because she was at her dad's, right? She's 22. And the feeling of those trees, right, when they really did, and then now they're like that, is just like amazing. And how it does, right? The plan over time was that it was going to cut the wind, and it did. It changed the whole, like everything of how it looked, right? It's like it became a wall. It's so beautiful. Renegade musings. Our personal insecurities make others feel unsafe for us. Hmm. Quick. Inner work can only be done within. Outside sources need not apply. True that. Yeah. Jeanette. Using copper and trying out electroculture for the trees. Apparently they should grow faster. I'll let you know. Rawr, copper. Yeah, baby. That gives me shivers. Okay, I'm gonna move around. Don't. I'm sorry.
Is it okay?
Yeah, imagine if it would have just burst and I would have like this all over me. The juice from that. Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna move around a little bit. Oh my god, it's getting colder out there. I want to say thank you, everybody, like just choosing to participate today, and whoever's just passing through and all that. Cause I've been on for like 202, 34, 234, and damn guys, I picked a card at the beginning of the stream, and I've only lifted it up just to show to what point that you guys are guiding the stream into talking about community. And like really, I'm not here to read cards, right? I use them as the filler in between when there's nothing chatting, or the emphasis of certain things that already have been said. The cards validate. So for me, this is refreshing because it's just like it's just been a constant flow, right? I love my cards, But I'm going to be really honest. I'm tired of pulling cards, reading the same messages, because we got to pull forth, right? The more that I pull the same cards week after week or month after month means that whoever's asking or whoever's coming in for cards, we have flipped into more, right? So, my last stream, which I think was yesterday, but it feels like it was really far away, um, I had to pick myself up off my bootstraps and not just fucking cry for the rest of the night. For real. Because I felt just a sadness of certain things. I felt that there was energies passing through. I can feel when people pass through who are mad at me or don't like me or just want to watch to see like what she's saying now. And I felt a lot of that yesterday. And to me, it's like a backstabbing energy. I literally feel it in my body, right? This is so much more multi-dimensional than just like, oh, hey, we're doing a live stream. Yeah, we're doing a live stream where I have 0 walls up, none. I'm in full trust mode, full flow. There's no, oh, I'm protecting myself with white light so I can't feel this and that. And, I'm completely open. So, what I can feel sometimes passing through and that ick feeling today, because there's been a lot of flow, whether the ick feeling is there or not, go ahead. Right? You can be thinking anything you want right now and be like aiming it towards me, but it's being deflected by all the energy of everyone. So, like this, right? It's huge, guys. Thank you. They're so, it's like refreshing, right? Where even if somebody would want to come in here as like a troll or yucky energy, we're like, boom, shielded. It's beautiful. I can see it. I can see the colors of the shield. Jeanette, you're on Copperland. I love it. I'm born of Copperland. It's one of the reasons my body is guided to be here in the now. I'm part of the Sudbury Nickel Belt. So although Sudbury is right, it's Sudbury Nickel Belt. The land here has all those composites of that, right? Yeah, Annie, especially after watching Ben's video. He shared a video on IG yesterday, and it was just like, it was hard not to cry a little bit. Like, tears came up because it's like his land, right? And how long it's going to take for the snow to melt. And then with the rain that's coming in, it's like, when is the ground going to like suck all that in so they can begin to rebuild and make choices? Like, it's huge. More thunder, dumping rain. Come on, Culvert, hang in there. Yeah, violet ray of love. Yes, it is. It's very strong. Hey, Dam River boys, hiding in the background. Thanks for just the pop in, dude. Appreciate it. Quick quid, appreciate you. Thanks for spending time with us on your birthday, honey. That means like a lot. I love it. Thank you so much. Please, you guys, check out Quid's channel. And I'm going to share it again this week, the hair tonic Quick Quid. I'm not sure if people have made it and they feel like they've got results. I'm not sure if they're showing up and giving you a comment if they've made it and getting results, but I feel to circulate it again. Thank you, G, for letting me spend a few hours here with you as the wind blows. Rawr, thanks, Dam River boys. Been here for a while, just listening. Right on, dude. Thank you. Well, like I said, the energy anchoring the background of the chat today is amazing. So thanks for putting that shield up, because you're doing a good job, buddy. Seriously. Jeanette, oh gosh, I had no idea. Thanks for sharing that. I've started wearing copper. I'm tending to just have this necklace. This is carnelian and blue lace agate that I'm choosing alternating or solid nothing. I'm grabbing my bear tooth once in a while for the energy of it, but not wearing it. This is one of the most heaviest ones I've ever had. It's very big. It's actually probably too bulky for me. I don't like things that hang off my neck that have a weight. So I keep it close, but not on me a lot. Annie, I'm scared. Universe, hear my call for angels. The sound is simultaneously awesome and relaxing and nerve wracking. Not a lot of stability. Yeah, Ben came to mind. I saw that. Yeah, I thought you would have. I know, baby. Um, Anybody who's here who wants to amplify prayers, first of all, to secure that culvert and to bring that angel energy to Annie, and if you got an extra prayer inside of you, and to help me and Lily manifest where we're going next. Because if we were all three sitting there giggling about the fucking thunder, it wouldn't feel the same, eh, Annie? That's all I'm going to say about that. Annie, thanks everyone. Remember, thumbs up, support. I personally, I'm grateful for the channel, the way that it's growing in a way that brings in quality, not quantity. You know what I mean? So the numbers and the likes and all that. I saw too many people the first year grow their channels so big. And I remember saying to somebody by June, no, it was May, because we moved in June 2019. In May, saying to him, you realize you've become so big that you talk to some of us like we're elite, but you're not greeting new people. And so it's like you've already put an us and them. And it was like I was part of the elite of his channel. I wasn't saying that because I was crying sour grapes of you don't see me, right? He had gifted me my wings, my name. He's the one that, started the Veeves. Veevs. I never saw that part of my name. He saw it. He saw that I was an element bender and called me Wind Waker from like boom, like that's how powerful, of energy he had, of just seeing and knowing. But I had told him at one point, like, you got thousands of subs now, but there's only a certain elite of us that are shouted out, so it can be like inhibiting for somebody to come in and feel safe because it's so right. And that channel's not even around right now anymore. It's been years, no content, right? You become so big that it just takes over, or that there's not the priorities anymore, if that makes any sense. And that's why, for myself, you choose to come in here, you don't have hoops to jump, unless my instinct says no, to blue somebody right away, or it's like, because some people do, I'm going to be really honest, some people love to play with those of us who, right, are of a certain embodiment and test. So we've had people who come in with a multiple channel name, acting as if there's somebody completely fresh off the block, but it's like it's somebody else. And I can feel that, right? That feeling. Energy doesn't lie. You can change your channel name a million times and show up somewhere in a chat, but your glow is still your glow. It doesn't matter what your channel name is. Your glow is still your glow. And it's even yucky to talk about that out loud on some level, because it's like, damn, within a community that's blah blah blah, that's not transparent, right? It's yucky. Meditation time, Nigel. Thank y'all. See you next time. Look at you, Genevieve. Have a good night meditation, Nigel. Dear angels, rawr. Hey, Scratch. How's it going? Quick quid. Do you ever think the ick feeling is an overlay to keep true connections between humanity? I do. It really isn't hard to pick up an ick feeling over the internet, I have found. I've literally asked people before, are you a fucking agent? Are you an agent? Not here on screen, but in the background. And that's a true question. Because if I ask you if you're an agent, it's because you're fucking with me in a way that it's like, what the fuck? Only somebody who's paid to do this would do this. Like, it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. And, overlay, yeah, definitely. I think that one thing I've noticed over the years is that when certain timelines kick in and certain of us seers see certain things happening, boom, within 2 months those timelines are gone. So what the fuck is messing with the mojo of certain timelines are meant to happen? We see them, and then boom, they're gone. Right? It's hard sometimes to just wonder to what point, you know what I mean? And one of the things that comes up when I say that is people forget. In the movie Avatar, Jake was a traitor. Everybody loved Jake from the beginning, but he still was a traitor. And then he made a choice, but he was still a traitor until he wasn't. Right? So how many, what is the fucking ick that gets stirred and stirs the pot, but doesn't seem like it's stirring it, right? It's weird, but anyways. Annie, quick quid. It can be an ick, but it could also be a bot being a dick sometimes. Yeah. Seek for sight. Why would anyone want to pick up an icky vibe? I understand feeling an icky vibe from someone. I only pick up what I want to put in my pocket. Same. But doing this and going around and seeing people a certain way, or me going into a live stream feeling a certain energy and exiting, that's a whole other level, right, Nick? So what I feel, it's not even that I pick it up. Maybe I'm not using that word like not properly. It slams me, right? It slams me. And then it's like, whatever, right? But right, it's a psychic attack. If somebody's here and thinking thoughts that are not, I even talked to Annie this morning in a voice text. I was telling her, we were talking about certain live stream and stuff, and I said, when I go into a live stream, if all of a sudden I'm having thoughts that I don't really like this, where this is going, oh my god, I think that person is fucking full of shit, I leave. Why? Because I'm not meant to be in there. If I got no shivers, if I don't feel anything happy, if I actually am thinking thoughts that are not beneficial to the person on the screen, I fucking leave. Why? Because I know my energy is so strong that I could literally make somebody choke on their words because they feel me thinking the thoughts that I'm thinking. Thoughts are things, right? And this happens to me where I'll be talking, everything's fine, and all of a sudden it's like feeling, right? I know what it is. So very conscious of like staying in my own lane. If I'm in a live stream and something's like ick, and what is it? What's the ick? And then it's like, oh, okay, this is what they're talking about, and it's like part of my trauma, right? Sometimes my trauma is so not other people's trauma that it's just normal shit people talk about, right? We forget. Everybody's different level of what it is that triggers or affects us. So it's like, okay, do I got inner work? Should I be here? Am I serving? Is there something I should say? You know, like looking at all those aspects really fast, right? The assess. It's going slow, Scratch. Hope you're doing well, G. I am doing well. Thanks for asking. Jeanette, I'm going to go start my Thursday. Thanks for hosting the space for us to come together. Love and blessings, G, and everyone in the chat. See you soon. Yeah, have a beautiful day. Thank you for being with us. Quick quid, says Annie. Indeed. I wasn't even contemplating that. I was contemplating that people can be taken out of context easily on the internet because most are completely disconnected to humanity and completely connected to the machine. Indeed. And that's the thing about my streams. I stream for hours. So if you tune in all of a sudden at one point, you don't understand the context of what I'm saying because it built up from before. It's not just following, right? We don't have one subject we talk about. So you can exit the stream, be in the stream, and like there's a laughter energy, a community type of energy, and then leave, but then come back 20 minutes later and it's like, what the fuck's she talking about now? This isn't what she was like. Her energy's different. She's not talking about the same thing. So it's like, right, that feeling of what feels good when you're guided to be there. Why would you stick around if you do feel safe? And if all of a sudden I don't feel safe to you, then why don't you just turn me off and go do what you got to do? Because all of a sudden it's not for you, right? Because I do trust that everything that comes out of me is serving someone somewhere. So sometimes I'm not like, I'm asking, the whole time I'm talking, I'm asking, do I really, should I be going on about this? Should I be done? And it's like, green light, go, red, stop, right? This is how me works, right? But I'm always questioning, am I on the right track? Always, when I'm streaming. And when I go take a break and I just move around a little bit, then it's like I look for syncs. Is there anything outside that I need to see that's going to bring up something else? I reground, I re-anchor in, kind of wash away whatever I was yapping, babbling, flowing about before. I re-anchor in, and then I come back. Right? I try not to make it long because there's nothing on the screen for like a minute to 3 minutes. But then again, if you watch anybody else live stream, there can be silences that are very long. Nobody really streams where they're just like flowing for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours the way that I do. Right? Bonjour, ma Michelle. Comment ça va? I was talking about the Michelle, spelling it with double H's, single H's earlier. Thanks for coming in a little bit, honey. Me loves you. Ooh, that's a good point. Some people have said that to me before, especially people coming from a different language base. So Alex from Romania, who's taught himself English through videos and being on YouTube and the internet, he's said that to me before too. Renegade says, it's always safe to me, but I might not always understand what you're talking about, and that is okay. Yeah. And a lot of it is about, it's not always, I don't strive to be eloquent and you understand, but the intent and whatever the story is or why ever the flow, because everything I flow bounces off something somebody wrote. Or when I pick up a card and see things, then I'll flow stuff. Right? Because it's not like me sitting here saying to my guys, okay, channel through me what you want. It's everybody playing the role as you guys. So it can be like, whoa, sometimes, right? Like I've had streams where everything's just flowing one way and then somebody comes in to announce my brother just passed away, right? Like, holy shit. So what Nick said earlier, I'm not trying to pick up, but I'm going from talking about something funny to all of a sudden one of my friends has lost a family member, right? That's how fast it can happen. Yeah, when I'm coming in and out. Yeah, exactly. And that's why as well, my streams are so long that really, unless you're guided, unless it feels good to you, they're not meant to be front to back. I feel like I'm more, and where you start and then you press and then you would appear where you need to kind of step in. And it depends, right? Everybody gets what they need somehow, somewhere. Quick quid, frequency blasting you. Renegade, yes, especially in the way the chat flows. Quick quid, exactly what I'm talking about. I think a lot of frequencies that are being blasted into us are computer generated at times. Sometimes, yes. I'm not a rating channel. I'm not here to rate things. I live in Canada. I don't know anything about communism except for what I've learned, right? So unless I actually have experienced something, how can I rate it? I know nothing about it. I'm gonna throw out a bunch of cards. Whee! Pull a bunch of cards. Just do that quick pull that I do when I'm at the end of my stream. I'm actually gonna just move around a little bit before. I won't be super long. Aw, damn river boys, your vibe calms me down when my head is spinning. Whoa. Thank you. Thank you. Wow, thank you. Thank you, Renee. Yes, it is a nice vibe. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Ocean. Card number 40, generosity. There's a universal law that centers on unrestrained generosity and flow. Share, babies, share. Share, share, share. Ocean, the benevolent Urban river goddess. Ooh, river goddess. Damn river boys, river goddess. Think the representation of nourishment, healing, and fertility and prosperity reminds you that life herself is given to you. Right? Your task is to give freely of yourself, no matter how big or small the act, without expectation of receiving anything in return. Indeed, I think one of the hardest things about being a mom is somebody gifting something to my child and then expecting that she should have gratitude and expecting that she should enjoy it. But they didn't ask, do you like dolls? Do you like this color? Do you like this? That they assume that because they played with dolls and somebody else played with dolls, that somebody else, because they're a girl, is going to play with dolls. Right? Or that expectation that because you gifted something to someone, that they're going to use it. You chose to give somebody something. Does that mean I have to use it? You got me a shirt that you think's going to look good on me, then you expect that I have to wear it? I can only wear it if it feels comfortable on me. I can only wear it if I feel good in it. Just because somebody bought it for me doesn't mean they can expect to see me in it. This happened to me a couple years ago where I was living with somebody. He was living in a house, renting the basement, and the landlord bought me clothes. He thought he was going to dress me up like a fucking Barbie doll. I remember I came home from work and he had a fucking cake. I woke up that morning thinking it's my birthday, and it was November. And it's like, it's not my birthday. But I woke up thinking it's my birthday. Why? Because he was planning this. I came home from work, 13-hour shift, taking care of 5 kids, plus Lily's with me. And he's waiting for me. He has a birthday cake. He has a blanket. And he has 3 shirts that he's bought me that he thinks I would look good in. And it was right away, it was just like, oh shit, I started to look for another place, and it took me a fucking year to find another place to live, by the way. Right? You can know that you're in a timeline that, what the fuck? Right? 74-year-old man thinking he was going to dress me up like a fucking puppet because he wanted to see those clothes. For months he asked me, that one blue dress that you wear that time, you never wear the blue dress anymore. Can I just see you in the blue dress one more time? And it's like, no, I'm never going to wear the fucking blue dress here again. Right? Creepy motherfucker. But when you give something to somebody and have expectations of, you know, anything, you didn't truly give it away. It's not the same. Sharing is caring, guys. Allow gratitude to permeate everything you do right now, because even the smallest opportunities and gestures is the wheel that's turning for more. The very experience of giving and being generous with your heart, your time, your money, your assistance, your kindness and care will provide more value than you can imagine. Indeed, but you can't tell other people, I did this for you. You should be grateful. You should put it here. You should be using it, because that ain't a gift anymore. It's control. It's gaslighting. It's old ways, not new ways. I'm going to leave this at that. Gwen. Roar. Gwen, the river goddess. Quick quiz. Swimming through frequency is a full-time job. Oh yeah, baby. Renee, not many energies keep a person around for 3 hours plus. Indeed. Indeed, me knows. And again, too, if I've been on for 3 hours plus, you guys who have been here, who knows how long I take a break, and that my attention is fully focused here, right? Think about when you're at your work or when other people are at work, how many times do they look at their phone to check their texts or to check something else going on in their reality, right? Go on Facebook for 5 minutes, take a little break. This is all directly focused attention. For real, right? For real. I know, honey, I got you in my prayers, sweetie. I remember. You're okay, dentist, tomorrow. It's okay to be scared, honey. It's gonna go. This is gonna be the fixer-upper, honey. I love you. If you can't take deep breaths, short, quick, like that little Lamaze breathing, whatever it's called, right? Just make sure you're breathing. And sometimes the deep breaths don't come, guys. It's okay. Little baby breaths. Gasp for air. Gasping is better than not breathing at all. Right? And then people say, what do you mean not breathing at all? We're always breathing. No. We can be like for so long holding our breath and not even realize it. So taking little gasps to get to the deep breath, baby steps. I love you, sweetie. Hey, Kiki. I was just thinking about you. Oh my gosh. How's your day? You still got muffins left? Did you guys eat them all? Seek for sight. If I wanted to be an astronaut and everyone got me Barbies, I would tape bottle rockets to them and shut them off and smile and say, thank you. Whee! Yeah, I wasn't into dolls, so I didn't manifest girls who were into them, even though they had the option. They were like me, both of them, Amy and Lily. They never gravitated towards that, even if they got gifted some, even blah, blah, blah. And I would honestly, my only joy of the Barbies that I ever had, or if I was with somebody and they liked to play Barbies, is like, okay, so then let's play store, or let's play restaurant with the Barbies, right? Let's cut their fucking hair. A little bit of dry humping between Ken and Barbie as well, and maybe some G.I. Joes in there, but hey, we don't talk about that. And I say dry because, yeah, very dry. Oh, shitballs. I've just become PG or R rated for just a second. Whew. Ishtar, communication, your intimate relationship with the invisible world. Of course, 2 seconds I become like, and there you are, natural born rebel. Welcome in, dude. Your intimate relationship with the invisible world is being called upon right now as you enter unfamiliar environments and situations. It's time to commune with the great goddess, the aspect of the conscious universe in her most collaborative form. The world then becomes your oracle as it opens up and communicates everything you need in the form of signs, omens, and messages. It's a time to pay attention to synchronicities and those moments when logic and reason fail to give you the full picture. The Mesopotamian goddess Ishtar reminds you of the time in her ancient temples when her priestesses served as oracles, communing with the goddess and imparting wisdom to the people who sought guidance. Indeed, oracles were never alone. Not really. And if they were alone, they were guarded. Right? People forget that. Look at everything in your life as an opportunity for communion, losing the need for self-centeredness, connecting to Source in a sacred, intimate way. You will not pray on your knees as a supplicant. You engage the great goddess as a partner in co-creation, participating in the making of worlds. No one needs to rescue you when you act empowered, aware, and awake to the wondrous miracle that you're a part of. I'm going to read the alignment message. When you refuse to see the signs, it can ultimately take you down a path you don't really want to be on. When red flags indicate something is not quite right, it is not a sign to jump in with both feet. This is saying this is not for you, this is not yet. This is to be revealed. If you choose to move forward stubbornly, you could find yourself back in an old lesson you'd rather not face again. When you are attached to an outcome and unable to see other options, opinions, you might say, oh, the oracle said this was in my best interest, but I'm going to go do it anyways. And the truth is that Goddess Ishtar is offering this alignment task for you now. Trust the wisdom that the universe will provide with perfect form and divine timing. This means you might have to wait a while. Reconnect to your partnership with Goddess and trust that you will not be left behind. Connection is at the core of everything. With pleasure, dude. Thanks for asking. I'm going to pull this one for you, Jam River Boys, and grabbing from my Animal Oracle deck. So Rabbit is coming up, Jam River Boys. And anyone else this is going to resonate with. Rabbit is coming up. I'm going to read what the book says. And one thing that I'm guiding you towards, if you feel it resonates with you, is that either now, when I'm done the stream, or when you think about it, if it comes up for you again, to go do a search. I don't know if you use Google or whatever search engine you use, and put in Rabbit spiritual meaning. And then whatever pops up, choose whatever feels the best for you. So when we put Rabbit spiritual meaning, a bunch of stuff's going to pop up. And then choose whichever one, right? Could be the first one that pops up, could be later. And maybe you won't choose. You won't feel guided to go look it up yourself. But be aware of Rabbit synchronicities in the next, I would say until at least until the end of March, the next 2 weeks. And I say that because we're truly flipping the scripts. We're flipping everything around collectively. So, collectively, there's a lot of chaotic things, a lot of division, a lot of yucky shit happening, but it is happening for a greater good. That when we're in the middle of all that shit, it's really hard to see the greater good. So having certain synchronicities that, you know what I mean, when they pop up can make you feel safer. And there's so many people who interpret, spiritual meanings for certain animals or certain numbers. So I never try to do that myself for somebody, because whichever article, or you could even, YouTube even has it if you're not one to like to read. So it's like, I don't want to go read anything. You could put up in your YouTube search engine Rabbit spiritual meaning or Rabbit spiritual energy, and there's people who make videos and talk out loud, and some pretty darn good ones too, guys. I saw something of the vulture the other day. I didn't share it, I don't think, but it was awesome. 49, number 49 as well. Not sure if that number is prevalent for you. 4, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It equals 13, which equals 4. Yes, I did use my fingers. I'm getting tired. I've been talking a long time. Thanks, Quick Quid. Tornado warning, Annie. It's passing by, sweetie. I love you. Amplify protection around my Annie, please. That's Arizona energy. For those who's not aware where Annie is, she's in Arizona. Rabbit Spirit, now is a lucky time. A sunny meadow calls. Rabbit Spirit appears to lead you out of your dark warren and into the light so that you can participate in a fertile and beautiful experience. It might seem safe below ground, but the magic happens when you come out and you take the risks of being vulnerable, co-creating something new. You are being invited into a new life that you have no experience with. Have no fear. Today is also a time to be fruitful and productive as you enjoy Rabbit Spirit's sunny and prolific ways. At this time, whatever you intend to bring to life will find fertile ground. There are no mistakes really when you are co-creating with Spirit, so let new ideas spring to the surface, knowing that now is the lucky time of tremendous possibility. And the protection message: vulnerability is required of you now, even if you don't feel safe. act as if you trust that you will be okay, and soon you will see that you are okay. To create is to take risks. So at this fortunate, fertile time, banish your fears and recognize the real securities in immersing yourself in the process of co creation. It's okay to admit you don't really know how to deal with whatever's in front of you. This is where curiosity and not knowing can be a wonderful state of being. Be playful. Admit that you're at the beginning of something, right? That can be hard for us sometimes. When, matrix wise, from society's perspective, you're a certain age, you should know this by now. And it's like, this is new. I never did this before. I never saw myself doing this. This is new, right? Just admitting it. This is new. Frolic in the sun's nurturing light because it is time to birth something new. I hope there's something that resonates in there with you guys, with you Dam River boys or anyone else. Natural born, really? I've been watching the orbs again on my infrared cameras, racking my brain, trying to figure out what they are. Ask them to dance for you. Stop asking what they are and listen. Even if you were told what they were, would you believe it? So one of the things that I started doing, because I see it all, natural born. I don't need an infrared. Is ask them to dance for you. Ask them certain things instead of just questioning. Accept that they're there, right? Trying to understand from a linear perspective, it's like, it's not about that. It's about shutting off the mind and allowing for what's there. Do you feel safe when you see the orbs? Do you feel good? Would you even be ready to know what they were if you were told? If I told you right now exactly what they were, I don't know if you'd be ready, dude. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. Scratch, you captured an orb on an infrared a few years ago. It's on a vid. Seek, my sisters and their friends always took my G.I. Joes to play with their Barbies. And Michelle says it's okay, Ken and Barbie are in a divine union. Actually, I preferred my Barbies to like transfer over to like some sort of like Sasquatch toy or something like that, right? Give me like, nah, no, Ken. Right? I actually raced them. I'd rather my Barbie was with my teddy bear. Right? Kiki Astara. Quick quid. Inanna enslaved? You still haven't found your Maytel? Mattel or Maytel? Stamp. Scratch, are they visible without the infrared? Can you just see them with your eyes? Yes. Yeah. And often I've shut down seeing. I just notice they're there because if I allow for my eyes to see it all, I can be overwhelmed. Or to be honest, it's gonna sound weird maybe, but I can get angry because it's like it's very easy for me to call on multidimensional spirits, beings, energies, orbs. But I want my humans. I want my people. So sometimes I can get pissy at my orbs because I love you. I know you're gonna show up. When's the rest gonna show up? Right? That's it. I'm not saying it in an ungrateful way. I'm just saying to one point, it's just like, It's all real. You can try to think that it's bugs and bats and that it's a camera glitch. It's real, natural born. It's real. Scratch. Same as the one I found. I also found a random pulsing energy flashing in the air too. And I only seen it on infrared. Roar. That's interesting that you guys have that, guys. Okay, Scratch. Let me go and make a video public a minute. I'll be back in a few. Roar. Thank you, dude. I'm turning Taiwanese. I think I'm turning Taiwanese. I really think so. It's okay. I can usually filter through the, typos. What is the radar? Is the radar showing it coming through, Annie? Yes, Natural Born says a tornado in Arizona. That's the weather control. Yeah. I'm just going to check that video, because especially if you're not going to leave it open, you know what I mean? You know what's weird, Scratch, and anyone else listening? It's strange for me to see it on a video, right? Because this is the stuff that's just normal for me, right? That's awesome, dude. I can't believe you got that on camera like that. My camera, I'm not a documenter. I'm not here to, I'm not here to prove. That's why there's no labels, there's no words. I'm not here to prove any of that. I see it. When you guys see it, you'll see it. Like, fuck. You know what I mean? I've cried before of looking around, and it's like, why am I the only one who sees? The guilt of being one of the only ones who sees early, right? And wishing and hoping other people see it, but I mean, you know what I mean? That's beautiful, dude. Annie, quarter size hail heading east, says the National Weather Service. Severe storm capable of tornado. Wow. Imagine the photos. The date and the time shown were accurate on that, Scratch? Yeah, thank you. I'm shivering. CBD time for baby. Good, go do it, baby. Looks like lightning and maybe a star. Yeah. Is you in Michigan, Natural Born Rebel? I forget. Because Kelly's in Michigan, and when she sends me vids, she's able to capture. She does not have infrared, but this is what she'll send me as videos. It's exactly, yeah. Yeah. Love it. Thanks, guys. Okay, I'm really ending the chat, the stream as sooner than possible. I'm just gonna catch up with the chat. Natural Born, the wandering star did dance for me. Good. Change your questions, right? Instead of asking, what are you? Ask, can you dance for me? And see what happens. Play with it. See yourself as if you were a little dude, Natural Born, not a grown-ass man who wants to know why or what it is, but if you were little you, how would you have interacted with this? Right? If you hadn't have had years of conditioning, of being told certain things, of being taught certain things, how would your beginner eyes, your little boy eyes look at that? What would the little boy part of you ask these things compared to the man part, right? Because as the little boy part of you opens up, interacts a certain way, things will be answered a whole other level, right? Yeah. Yeah. See, for me, I'm past the stage of questioning and wondering and trying to say, is that lightning? Is that this? Is that that? And I don't need words for a lot of what I see, right? That's why I am so open and gifted many opportunities to see things, because I'm not there to question it, prove it, demand more of it. Okay, I'm not reading the book part. Wombat. Be at home. Be at home. Canary 12. Sing your own song. Scratch. The pulsing was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I find it more interesting than the orb. You have a lot of pulsing, natural born? Yeah. Right on. Scratch. The Daily Star wanted to do a story on it, but I refused them using my video. The comment is on the other video. Cool. Natural Born says it shows up on infrared, but not night vision. My night vision has white lights. My infrared has red lights. Scratch. I decided to build an infrascope after that. I haven't been back to that location since I built it. Not since I got it all working properly. Maybe part of this flow today is to guide you back to it, eh? Who knows? Seek for sight. Y'all have a good night. Much love all. Back at you, dude. Thanks for participating. He appreciates you. Renee. Good night. Thanks for your time shared, Jen. Good night, everyone. Be safe, Annie. Thank you for the extra Annie protection. I appreciate it. Yeah, natural born shit. I'll go out and break dance. Roar. Do it. Yeah, Michelle. Lose all the preconceived notions. Childlike imagination keeps you open to all the magic. Natural born. Aw, whatever they are, they love my music. Canary in a coal mine, sang Michelle. Kiki, thanks Genevieve. My flute arrived today. Home and song. Whoa. Talk about a sync. Thanks. Good night, G. Good night, all. Go enjoy. Right on, dude. Natural born. Sometimes I make my neighbors listening to what I'm listening to so I can wake them up. And this is going to be it. I thank you again very much. I'm not putting that up right now. That's it. I'm done. Have a good one, guys.